Good morning, everybody, and happy Thanksgiving. Welcome to another fantastic Cook Along Live. Today, we're just going to be making a full Thanksgiving meal. No big deal. It's going to be me here. I'm joined by my cousin Armin. He doesn't have a camera on him today because I've got more cameras over here so you guys can see what's going on. It's basically just going to be a long, chill, laid-back cook along. We're going to be making turkey, mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, Brussels sprouts, cranberry relish, and last but not least, a pumpkin pie. So hopefully you guys are ready, have all the ingredients, and have defrosted your turkey, which will take a little bit longer than I'm sure any of you guys imagined. But it's all right because we're going to be breaking it down. If it's still a little bit iced over, we're actually going to be leaving it out, and it should have a little bit more time to thaw. So before we get started, I'm going to pour myself a drink. No alcohol at 10 a.m. Sorry, I'm just not that kind of a guy. But I do love Martinelli's cider, so that's what I'm doing. This is kind of a holiday treat for me. And we're going to get our cook-along started with some of this. Now, one thing that you guys are definitely going to notice, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot that goes wrong today, considering it's going to be a pretty lengthy stream. And don't judge me. But I have all of my recipes up as well over on my laptop, so I'm probably going to be referring to those since we're doing so many different things. It's really hard to keep those all at the top of your mind, in the forefront of your head, while you're putting all of this together. So let me just get started with a bit of hydration, and go ahead and grab your turkey. If you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. Put something in there now so that I know that it's working. And then I will be happy to answer, go slower, go faster, whatever you guys need. Since this is definitely not an easy meal to put together. Start with our turkey. It's all wrapped. We're going to go ahead and peel off the wrapping. Just cut the end off with a knife, and then you should be able to just kind of slide the turkey out. And then we've got our nice plastic wrapping around the turkey. What I like to do with this, it's got the little pull tabs. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the sink, take it apart over there. I'm also going to pull a separate cutting board out and set that on top so that when we're working on the turkey, we don't have to wash the big cutting board or whatever your primary cutting board is after we kind of take care of this and get it ready. We'll go ahead and get this kind of prepped. Set that cutting board there. Hey, Pete, how's it going, man? Happy Thanksgiving to you. Our bottle opener as well. And I'll see you guys at the sink. So one of the cool things with these turkeys now is they actually have these easy open bags. You don't have to worry about using a knife or scissors or anything to cut them open. You basically just grab the two ends and just kind of pull it apart like so. Now as we pull this apart, we're going to let all the juices kind of drain into the sink. And what I'm going to do is really quickly rinse off my hands. A little bit of soap, because I did get a little bit of turkey goober on me. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put on a couple of rubber gloves. Got some of these nitrile gloves, the black ones. And they work really well. Very easy to kind of pull them off when you're done working with the meat, not have to continuously walk back to the sink to wash your hands. So we'll go ahead and get these guys on, and then we'll start working with our turkey. How's your Thanksgiving? Hopefully you guys are staying safe. If you did decide to go back and visit family, hopefully you guys have a wonderful Thanksgiving. If you're cooking on your own, or it's one of your first times getting something like this put together, we're going to walk you through everything. Try and time it and make it come out perfect at the end. This is a complicated meal, so if things don't go the way that you're expecting them to go, don't worry about it. It's just cooking. Just take your time, and we'll move through this together. All right, got my gloves on. I'm going to go ahead and continue to take the bag off the turkey. And then let any of the juices kind of drain out of this bad boy. We're actually going to get some paper towels and dry him off. Usually, I try not to use paper towels in the kitchen. I try and use cloth towels when I can. But given that this is meat and there's a lot of a lot of stuff on it. I don't want that stuff going into my washing machine, so I'm just going to use disposable towels and get those rid of. So if your turkey comes with a turkey neck, or if it's got any of the giblets kind of like bagged up in the front, make sure you get rid of those. Giblets are usually up in the neck cavity, so kind of peel back that part of the turkey, see if there's any paper bag in there, maybe a plastic bag, and then the neck is usually stuffed into the cavity. So go ahead and pull that out as well. We're going to set those aside because we're going to use those in our stock. Now another thing you might want to take off, on my turkey, they've gone ahead and separated the turkey tail. So I'm just going to go ahead and also set that aside. And then peel off any of the excess fat. We're actually going to discard that. But we do want to get it out of our way right now while we're working on this. Cool. So I've got my turkey, all of the giblets and everything are out. I'm just going to give it one more little drain here, just make sure that there's no accumulated juices in there. As much of the juices as you can get off, you want to get off. Now we're going to run over and grab our cutting board that we're using for our meat. And we're just going to put our turkey on it and walk it back over and continue. Don't worry about rinsing your turkey off. Doesn't really make a difference. Actually increases the chance of cross-contamination because as the water is kind of splattering around, all the turkey grossness is also splashing around with the water. So not ideal. I'm going to go ahead and move this back to our main working area. Oops. So we're here now. We'll do that. We'll do that. Perfect. Don't want the music starting again. Here's our turkey. We've got gross, goobery gloves. So we're just going to kind of peel these guys off. Now we're going to dry our turkey off. You are going to need quite a few paper towels to get this guy nice and dry. And if you want, you can put your gloves back on. But what I'm just going to really quickly do is make sure that there's no runoff from this cutting board onto the one below it. And just kind of get this started on top. While I'm waiting on that, I'm going to grab my gloves. Second set. Now, if you're not using gloves, you should be washing your hands before you touch anything else, just to make sure you're not spreading any of the turkey around. Hey, how's it going, Dad? You guys might hear my dog in the background. He's being a little jerk this morning. It's actually garbage day across the street in the apartment complexes, and so he can hear the garbage trucks and doesn't really like them, so he might be growling in the background. So what we're going to do is we are going to break this down a bit. We're not going to spatchcock it. I know that spatchcocking is kind of all the rage these days, and it works. It works really well. If that's something that you want to do, by all means go for it. What we're going to do is we're going to go for a more traditional kind of look with the crown of the bird nice and golden brown. We are going to separate the dark meat, the legs and thighs, from the main body, but we're going to keep the main body together. Just make sure you get all of the moisture off of the outside of the turkey. This is the secret to getting a nice golden brown skin. I may end up putting my dog in the bedroom if he doesn't calm down here in a second. How annoying is he? Can you guys hear him really well, or is it just me? Because he's pattering around over on this side and making all kinds of noise. All right, let's go ahead. Dry this guy off as best we can. Make sure you kind of focus on all the little crevices, especially like the wings. Moisture definitely accumulates in there. Now we're not going to be brining our turkey. A lot of turkeys, especially if you get them frozen, are already brined, or they're stored in a solution of salt and other herbs and seasonings just to kind of keep the bird preserved more than anything else. So it might already be pre-brined for you. If it's not, the amount of salt that we're going to be using on this will probably do a pretty good job. We're also going to be filling it, well, not filling it, but putting herbs around it. So you're going to get a little bit of the aromatics from that. Believe me, it's a beautiful flavor. You don't have to worry too much about coming up with the perfect flavor profile for your bird. Even if you go through all of the lengths of brining and doing all of that additional work, oftentimes it'll taste about the same. You might get a little bit of an extra few flavor notes, but it's not worth stressing over, especially on a day like today. We've already got enough going on. Go ahead and keep our cutting board dry, as well as the bird. And make sure we get our breast nice and cleaned again. Perfect. I'm going to remove one glove. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to not that camera. I want this. You'll notice that my transition is still a cupcake. I didn't have time to go and actually change that to be a turkey. So what we're going to do is we're going to start kind of taking the bird apart, and I want this view so that you guys can kind of see the process of it. And what are we going to do? What am I missing? Nothing. I want another glove. These. And don't worry too much if you have a little bit of turkey on like the inside of your glove and you get it on your wrist. We're going to be washing our hands when we're done with this anyway, so don't worry too much about it. Same thing with our knife and our sharpener thing, the honing stick. We're going to be washing both of these when we're done with it. Yes, yes, Aaron, thank you so much. This is definitely a lovely looking turkey. So what we're going to do is we're basically going to be sectioning this kind of like so. We're going to be separating the crown from the back of the bird. We're going to be using the legs and the thighs. We're going to be cooking those separately from the actual breasts. And we're also going to be removing the wings because you don't usually serve these or eat these. We're going to use these and a portion of the backbone to create a wonderful turkey stock. And then the stock is going to flavor our gravy. So I think this works a little bit better than spatchcocking, but that's just me. Spatchcocking, you usually leave all of this as well. Kind of depends on how you decide to take your bird apart, but let's go ahead and get started. Pull your legs out like so, and just kind of get them separated. And you're also stretching the skin here around the breast. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to come in, leave the wings on. Actually, take your wings, fold them backwards. So take the wing like this, lay it out flat, fold it over itself like so, and put it behind the crown, the breast cavity. And what this is going to do is actually give you a little bit of stability. Do it on both sides. Kind of fold the wing back behind, like so. This is how you would traditionally roast the turkey, and then you might even truss these up to kind of keep it like this. You might stuff the bird. We're not doing any stuffing. I was thinking about doing dressing. I decided against it. I never eat it. I know that's sacrilege, but it's not something that I usually put together. The problem is, if you stuff the bird, not only do you have to cook all of this, and if you have it all trussed up like this, you just have so much material that needs to heat up. It takes forever to cook a bird like this. By sectioning it off, by spatchcocking it, if you do it that way, you're actually opening up the bird, and it just makes it easier to get heat into every place that needs to get cooked. Speeds up the cooking time. The problem with a spatchcock bird is you still run the risk of actually undercooking your dark meat. Whereas the way that we're going to be doing it, we can actually put our dark meat in first, let it cook for about a half hour before we get the breast in. So we're assured that the breast will be cooked, not overcooked, and the dark meat will be thoroughly cooked. And it just works a lot nicer. So now that we've got our wings kind of folded behind the bird, we've got a nice little stable platform here to start cutting with, or butchering. We're going to take our first thigh. We're just going to kind of pull it out like so. We're going to take the meat and pull it taut against the thigh, and then kind of hold it in place with your thumb there. And you want to cut as close to the thigh as possible. You want this extra skin to be able to fold over the breasts. So just cut right up along the thigh meat here, and cut all the way down to the turkey. Now, I don't suggest that you do the cutting the way that I'm doing the cutting and like reaching around the bird. Turn it around so that it's in front of you and you can actually start doing this comfortably. I'm doing this so that I can demonstrate it for you guys. But keep your knife as close to the thigh as possible, and just down here in this little crevice, keep cutting, keep cutting, keep cutting. You're actually going to find where the bone connects to the socket. And what we're going to do is just kind of turn the bird slightly, almost like you're, you know, cracking your own back, basically. And you're going to actually reveal the socket in the bone. And what we're going to do with our knife is just continue the cut right through that socket. And then you end up with a beautifully separated thigh and drumstick, which we can cook on their own. I'm going to keep these together for our cooking. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do the exact same thing on the other side. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm not going to try and get too fancy on showing you how to do it. But basically, again, we're going to pull our skin as taut as we can around the thigh part of it. Use our thumb to hold it in place on this side, and then slide our knife as close to the thigh and the drumstick as we can, because we want this extra skin to be covering the breast meat. And we're just going to cut down, cut down, cut down, like so. And then separate it here as well. And then again, we're just going to kind of rotate everything around. If it's not separating, you can start running the tip of your knife through, and you will reveal the socket eventually. And then just going to kind of pop it back. You get all kinds of great sounds when you're doing this. And we're just going to run our knife right through that joint. It should separate. Now we've got two legs, drumsticks, and thighs. Perfect. Now we've got a really weird looking bird over here, which is fine. What we're going to do is we're actually going to prop it up like so. You probably will have to hold it. If you need to, or if you want to, go ahead and use the thighs and legs to kind of, prop it up. What we're going to be doing is basically just cutting straight down like this through the backbone, and we're going to end up with like this much of the carcass to use for our stock, as well as removing the wings. So all of those are going to go into a stock pot, and we'll get that going next. But what we want to do now is take all this skin from the breasts, pull it down, and see kind of where it ends. And what we want to try and do is kind of cut right along that, without removing any of that extra skin. We're going to cut through the bones. There are a couple of rib bones over here that we're going to have to cut through. And you are going to hear them crack. And then once you get it about halfway, here comes the really sickening one. You can actually just break the backbone going backwards like so. Now mine's separating right here. So what I'm going to do is use that to guide my knife. Just cut in between those ribs. Be very careful with your knife here. But just use the ribs as a guide. And use the separation of the backbone as a guide as well. Let's see, this one goes here. So I'm going to cut there. And as long as you kind of separate all of this beforehand, it should be fairly simple to cut through it. The difficulty comes when you're trying to cut through the super thick pieces of meat or super thick pieces of bone. The knife doesn't want to go through because, it's really thick, hard bone. Not easy to cut through it. Now we've got our awesome, essentially, chicken backbone. And we're going to also remove the wings. These are going to form the basis of our stock. So I'm going to go ahead and remove these, grab a pot. We're going to just start putting these into the pot. Go ahead and do that. I'll switch back to here. And we'll grab our stock pot. So I'm really putting these into the pot just for convenience. You can put them on a plate on the side if you want. We're going to be kind of cooking all of this down anyway. So the pot's a good place to kind of put everything that we're going to be cooking. You'll notice that this is not a fast-paced cook-along live. There's a lot going on, and we're just going to take our time and make sure that everything gets done properly. That's also why we're starting a little bit earlier, 10 o'clock as opposed to you know, our standard 630. Cat, go away. Go away. So, got this out. We're going to go ahead and put our backbone in there. We're going to section off our wings. Now, you can do this a couple of different ways. Go ahead and spin this around. You can just separate the actual wing piece here and use these as kind of stability posts so that the bird, oh, you guys aren't seeing that because it's over here. So you guys can actually remove it here at this joint if you want, and just use the tip and the kind of forearm of the wing if you want. That'll let you use these as kind of like support posts for the turkey crown. You can also remove it all the way at the very top here and totally pull the wing off, which is what I'm going to do, just because I want the extra meat for the flavor in the stock. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull our wing as long as we can get it, and we're just going to come right in at the shoulder and just kind of cut. Just make some short cuts. You'll see where the bone connects to the carcass. Cut into there, and just cut around the joint. Everything should separate really quickly and nicely. And then again, we want to keep our skin as taut as we can against the crown so that we have it to cover the breast meat. And there we go. We've separated one wing. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. Just rotate things around like so. We're going to find our shoulder, or if you want, you can come in from the armpit on this one. And we're just going to kind of cut up and follow the bone down to the joint. And if you rotate, you'll actually see where it's connecting, where the joint is. So you can kind of target that spot for where the socket is. And then as you kind of trim in, you will find it with your knife, and you can separate it. Now, if this is your first time butchering down a turkey, this is always a fun experience. Let me know how you're faring. It's the same process as if the turkey is cooked. It's just raw and gross, but it makes cooking it a lot easier. So cool. Now we've got our crown. Set it down and just make sure that it kind of sits on its own. If it doesn't, if it's leaning one way or the other, what you're going to want to do is just check basically the bottom where the spine was. And see on this one here, I've got a little bit of an extra piece of bone over on this side, which I can remove. And you basically just want to balance this so that it sits flat. Flat's not the word, so that it doesn't rock around while it's roasting on a roasting tray. Cool. Don't remove any of the excess skin from the top of the bird. I know it's kind of unsightly and gross, but the skin tends to shrink as the bird cooks, and you want the extra to cover the cavity. Cool. That's good. It's not really rocking one way or the other. It would take a lot of effort to knock it over, so that's exactly what we want. Cool. So what we're going to do is separate all of the meat that we're going to be using to actually cook the bird and the meat that we're going to be using to make our stock. We do want to break down our wings. So let me go ahead and do this. Get rid of one of these gloves. Move some of these guys aside. And I've got a roasting tray over here. If you have an actual roasting rack, cool, you can use it. I'm just using a sheet pan that's got a cookie cooling rack in it. That'll work just fine as well. If you don't have a cookie cooling rack, chop up some vegetables, lay those down on the ground. It'll keep, or on the bottom of the pan. It'll keep your turkey pieces elevated from the bottom of the pan so they won't stick. And it'll keep them up out of their own juice, which is what you want when you're roasting and trying to get a nice caramelized exterior. We'll go for another glove here. I'm going to move the pieces that we're going to be using right to the rack. I'm going to show you how I arrange these in just a second, but we're not going to be roasting these quite yet. We're actually going to let them sit at room temperature for just a bit while we take care of a couple of other things. So, got our wing. We're going to go ahead and just lay it out. Make it as flat as you can or as straight as you can. You'll see where the joint is. Again, we're just going to cut right through the joint. Take your knife, cut right through the skin. Doesn't matter if you are keeping the skin close to this, we're just using it for stock. Once you've cut a little bit of a slit, you can actually try and pop this joint. If it does, great. If not, just cut a little bit closer to the joint. Remove a little bit more of this skin, and then the joint should separate. And then you can just cut right through where the joint is. So now we've got this little lovely piece of meat, which is going to flavor the chicken broth that we're going to be making for our gravy. Not chicken, turkey, sorry. And then the same thing with the wing tip. Find where the joint is. Use your knife to create a little bit of a cut. See if you can just kind of separate it. Once you separate it, you can just cut right in between where that separation is. We're going to put all of that in the pot. We are going to be roasting these pieces beforehand. So before we actually get these guys cooked, we're actually going to put this whole pot in the oven and let it roast down. So let's go ahead and, speaking of the oven, we should probably get that preheating. So let's go ahead and finish with this guy, and then we'll get our oven going. There we are. Perfect. And last bit, certainly not the least, the wingtip is. Put it in here. There we go. Try and keep these guys in one straight layer. You don't want to be putting these guys on top of each other. And put them skin side up, because we want to get these guys nice and roasted. Nice and roasty. So what I'm going to do is really quickly switch to that. So you can see that I've got all of this in one layer. If you need to, you can stand the backbone up just a bit. But you want all of the skin pieces up, because we want this to get nice and golden brown. And what's going to end up happening is on the bottom of this pot, while we have it in the oven, it's going to be creating a beautiful fond as it roasts. The wingtips are the pieces that I don't really care that much about. You can just kind of stand them vertically like that if you want. If these guys get covered by some of this stuff, that's fine. We're mainly interested in the collagen from the wingtips to create a nice thick broth. Everything else you want to kind of roast down though, because it's going to add flavor. But if you do have a big enough pot and you're able to kind of like maybe do something like that, so you've got one nice layer, great, go for it. All right, we're going to preheat our oven to 350. Bake, 350, or do we want to do 375? Let's do 375. I'm going to go ahead and pull out a couple of pans that I had in here from last night that I was cleaning, seasoning. We're not going to be using these today, but they were in there from yesterday. Get those out of the way. Rack in the middle, that's fine. While we're waiting on that to preheat, we're going to go ahead and take care of these guys, get them nice and seasoned. We're going to use a little bit of salt, and by a little bit, I mean coat all of these bones with some salt. All of the skin, you want to get a nice layer of salt on them. And this is almost pre-seasoning bits that you're going to be using here. It also helps to dry out the skin a bit, which will help with the color. Very cool, very cool. All right, we're also going to put in a little bit of black pepper. Hey, Brian, how's it going, man? Happy Thanksgiving. Hey, Callista. Go ahead and put in a good portion of salt and pepper. We're not going to worry about flipping those. I don't really care. This is just going to season the meat and season kind of the skin. And then while we're waiting on this, we're going to go ahead and clean off all of our little bits from all the turkey that we were touching. So let's go ahead and switch over to our sink cam. Hello, welcome to the sink. We're going to go ahead and basically just clean off the handles, clean off everything else. Our hands should be more or less clean. We're just going to go ahead and make sure that all of our tools are clean as well. And then set them in our drying rack for now. Put my cutting board into the sink, and I'm going to remove my dog from the situation here in a second, because he just cannot seem to calm down today. Like I said, across the street, they're doing garbage pickup, and you can hear all of those trucks. And so he's just like, what is going on outside? The apocalypse is nigh! And it's not actually the case, but he doesn't know that. So I'll just go ahead and put him in my room, give him his little blankie, and he can stay back there until they're done. All right, so the knife, we're just gonna set that up there as well. Last but not least, our cutting board. Now, we have some giblets that we took out of the turkey cavity, and I do want to roast those as well, but I'm not going to put those in the pot. I actually have a small little roasting tray that I'm going to use for those. You do want to get a nice color on everything that you're roasting, and you definitely want to use the fond from the cooking to help flavor the chicken or turkey broth that we're making. Just adds extra yumminess to it, extra richness. So what I'm going to be doing is roasting them also on a little bit of a little cookie cooling tray or wire rack, and we're going to let those guys drip into the pan, and then we're going to deglaze that pan before we put them into the actual stock pot that we're going to be making our turkey stock out of. Go ahead and clean off this smaller cutting board. Now, once you wash your cutting boards, I was the worst person about this. Mine have always been kind of prone to warping. I had no idea why, because I would wash them, I would lay them flat to dry, and I would come back the next day, and it would be warped. It would be kind of buckled. And I would always say, what the hell? Like, why is this happening? So I'd start drying them off really well. I'd lay them flat to dry, and I'd come back the next day, and they'd be warped again. Apparently, you're not supposed to lay them flat. You're supposed to let them sit vertically like this so that you get even airflow around the larger surface of the cutting board. If we dry this off, there's still going to be a little bit of moisture in the actual cutting board, and when we lay it flat, that holds the moisture in. So the top part of the cutting board will actually dry a lot faster than the bottom part, and what that will end up doing is promoting warping. So if you've ever had cutting boards that warp, that's why. Always store them vertically. I'll come back over here. We'll switch to this view. So I'm going to go ahead and dry this off. Again, I don't like using paper towels generally. I like to use the cloth towels, but for the turkey especially, I don't want all that turkey juice all over my towels before I put them into a washing machine. I think that's kind of weird, kind of suspect, if you will. We're going to go ahead and take this and just kind of put it up vertically and let it dry like so. Cool. I got a little bit of turkey goober on here. What I'm going to do is actually spritz it down with some antibacterial solution, which is fine. This is the same stuff that you use on your countertop. Let it sit for 15 seconds, and then we will wipe it off. And that should kill the majority of anything that we have on here. Cool. So let's go ahead and got our small cookie tray, or small baking sheet here with our cookie cooling tray on it. Go ahead and give this a nice drying. Set that down, and we'll go and grab our turkey bits. Little bit of dribbling. Got another towel that I can use over here. This I'm not so concerned with. Just a little bit of turkey goober is not a bad thing, but if you're like drying off a full bird, the thing's going to be saturated by the time you're done. You just grab one glove before I start working with this stuff. Now, since we're going to be using these two things anyway, if you find that your pot is getting a little bit too crowded, feel free to pull something out and set it over here on the tray as well. It's not a problem. And you can give these guys here a little bit more room to kind of roast up. That's totally fine. There you go. Go ahead and switch to that so you guys can see. Now you can see I have a ton more room in my pot. I can give these guys a nice bit of space. Now we definitely want our turkey neck on here. We want our turkey tail. I'll put the tail in here. Perfect. There's an old wives' tale or a myth, I don't know if I should use the term old wives' tale anymore, that the turkey tail actually imparts a bitter flavor into the stock, and that's actually a myth. It's not true. So use all of the bird if you have it. Now, as far as the giblets go, I'm going to go back to the sink for these guys. And what we're going to do, pour them into your colander. And any of the liver bits that you have, we're going to get rid of. But we do want to take the heart, if you can find it, and kidneys, if you can find them. And we're going to use those. I'm sorry, get rid of the kidneys and keep the liver. My bad. You know what? I'm not going to use either one of them. I'm just going to use the heart. Go ahead and set that there. And we'll switch back over. Cool. So we got all of this. All of this is ready. Our oven is up to 235. Good enough for me. I'm just going to season this stuff here. Come on, dog. Let's go. Back. Go. Into the room. You're too loud. You're being a little jerk. Come on. Over here. This side. Come on. Come on. Uh-huh. Goodbye. You're in timeout. All right. Back to the cooking. We got all of this stuff here nice and done. We're going to add some seasoning to our turkey neck. And some to the tail as well. Again, I'm not super worried about getting it on both sides. We're just roasting this and getting a little bit of flavor on all of this for our stock and to help get some browning on here. Go. A little bit of pepper to the tail, a little bit of pepper to the neck. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to put our cooking tray in here on one side and our pot on the other. And we're just going to let those roast for about 45 minutes to an hour. We'll come back to those in just a bit. We'll take our turkey goober towel, make sure that we're not touching any of the turkey bits. Use the bottom of it, which is clean, to wipe off our cutting board. And then we'll toss this in our gross stuff hamper in our laundry room. Now, hydration. Thanks, Calista. Now, what we want to do with our turkey breasts and the legs, we're actually going to season these up right now. What that's going to help with is absorption of the salt into the meat. We're going to let these sit out while everything else is going on. We'll put these in later, but it'll have plenty of time to absorb all the flavor from the salt and the seasoning. So I'm going to grab another set of gloves. A lot of gloves, I know. However, if we weren't using gloves, we would be washing our hands with every step instead, and that's a lot of extra time. So the gloves save a little bit of time and still keep things nice and clean. Now my dog is going nuts. Can you guys hear him? Is he like super annoying in the background there? He's real worked up today over something. He's usually not this bad, so I'm not quite sure what the deal is. So you can see that we're actually using the turkey legs here and the thighs to kind of hold up the breast, which is great. But that's not great for seasoning. So what we're going to do is actually kind of separate them here and start moving them around on their own as we're getting salt and pepper on here. You'll also notice that they're dripping a little bit into the tray. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and let that happen. What we do want to start with is a paper towel or two. And we're just going to re-dry these guys off. You'll notice that turkey, especially with all of the moving it around on the cutting board, butchering it down, etc., is going to give off quite a bit of moisture. And you really, really want the skin to be as dry as you can possibly get it before you put it into the oven. That's how you get a nice golden, crispy skin. There's less moisture to evaporate before it starts roasting and caramelizing. So we really, really want to just make sure that the skin is as dry as we can get it. You're not going to get it perfect, so don't obsess over it. But I'm going to take just the extra step here so we can get a nice golden color on our turkey skin. And same thing on the meat, just give it a nice little pat down. Not so imperative with the meat because you're not trying to, brown it at all, but less moisture on here means that there's less moisture to transfer elsewhere. So that's fine. We got all of this kind of set up. I'm going to go ahead and take off one glove on my salting hand. And then we're just going to go ahead and clean these guys up. Left hand is for moving and right hand is for seasoning. So I'm going to go ahead and start on the surface. And if any drips into the pan, that's fine. But try and keep as much of it on the bird as you can. We're going to go ahead and lift this up, season here. You want a good amount of salt on here. A lot of this has to get absorbed into the skin, through the skin. It'll actually go by osmosis. And then we're going to do the back here for the meat. We're going to use quite a bit of salt. This is a large, large piece of meat, so you will be using plenty of salt. Some of it will be lost due to evaporation, and again, it'll get absorbed into the meat. There's one. And then as the salt starts pulling moisture out, you will see the skin start to glisten. Don't wipe any of that off, because what's going to happen is it's actually going to get reabsorbed into the meat, and that's what's going to pull all of the seasoning in with it. All right, we'll do our second thigh and drumstick. Make sure we get a good coating of salt on the outside. You'll actually be surprised at how much salt you use and how unsalty your bird is going to be when it comes out. A lot of this gets, again, kind of absorbed and distributed and kind of muted as well, but will pleasantly season everything if you do it right. Oh yeah, awesome, Warhammer. Great. I'm glad that worked out for you. It turned out fantastic for me as well. Now you're over in the UK, is that correct? Yeah, 100%. Perfect. Hey, good to see you. I read your last statement first. But awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, well, setting up to have a really awesome Thanksgiving over here. As we're kind of seasoning the breast here, make sure you pull the skin out here on the top, the neck skin, and get that seasoned as well. It just helps dry everything out. Get the back, we'll get the front. Yeah, I've got my my cousins here with me in the kitchen. My dog is in the background barking. My cousin was trying unsuccessfully to kind of calm him down, but doggo has no shame, and now my cat is in a cabinet. I have no idea what's going on today. Cat, what the hell are you doing? Come on. Out. Get out. Go away. Go away. Gone with you, animals, everywhere. Not the holidays unless everybody's going crazy, isn't it? All right. So we'll go ahead and start turning our turkey breast and seasoning on the sides. Obviously, salt is going to spill off of a curved surface or off of a side or like a tilted surface. So the flatter you can get this as you're kind of rotating it around, the better. Stop it. You're not going into cabinets. Come here. All right, fine. Little ferret, I swear. Try and keep this as flat as you can while you are seasoning it, because then the salt will actually sit and stick onto it, which is great. Make sure you get all the way in the cavity. This way you're seasoning it from all sides, not just the top. And you'll notice that by kind of breaking the bird down, even though we're still keeping a sort of traditional Thanksgiving presentation with the breast being all one piece, makes it a lot easier to kind of turn things around, get everything seasoned, make sure that everything is set up beautifully, as opposed to trying to do this on a full bird where you're just got legs going everywhere, you got wings going everywhere. kind of a cluster. So this just makes things a little bit easier. We're going to leave all of these kind of separated until we go to roast them. That way they get good airflow, the seasoning has a chance to kind of absorb, and we're good. So we're kind of done with our turkey. Oh, not quite. We're going to use some pepper here. Now the pepper, I'm not going to go super thick on, and I'm just going to keep it on one side of the turkey for now. Not super concerned with that. It's a great extra, but the seasoning, the salt is what you really want. The pepper just kind of adds a little bit of extra. And we're also going to be putting some aromatics around these when we roast them, so the aromatics flavors will get absorbed by the meat as well. Cool. Good to go. So I'm going to take the turkey. I'm just going to kind of set it off to the side, let it sit and do its thing. I'm going to go ahead and any of this excess salt on the cutting board, we're going to kind of sweep it off and also add it back to the turkey. If you have a bench scraper, it works a little bit better than a hand, but I don't know where my bench scraper went, so go ahead and brush those onto the turkey. Cool, cool. There we go. On to our next step. A little bit more hydration. Let's see, I said start the stock, but we're not going to be able to do that yet because we want those things to roast. So let's move that down a bit. Let's do pie crust. So pie crust is something that I don't make very often. So we're going to go ahead and move to our little recipe here. We want 8 ounces of unsalted butter. So let's grab that. What is this? That's our 8 ounces. Perfect. Go ahead and grab a second stick of unsalted butter. We're going to leave this out to soften. So I'm just going to set this aside. That's going to become our herb butter for our turkey. All-purpose flour. I want 2 cups, which I believe I have in here. If not, we'll get that set up. We want 2 teaspoons of sugar for, yep, let's do that. So I'm using a recipe from a website called Simply Recipes. It's actually a recipe that I've done a couple times. Works fantastically. So that's what I'm using. Sugar, unsalted butter, and a ½ cup of full-fat sour cream. Here we go. Now for this, we are probably going to be using a food processor. No, I guess we're not. Cool. Awesome, awesome. So let's go ahead and get our butter cut up. You basically want to cube this up. So we're just going to open it. Go grab our larger knife here. Easiest way to cube up butter, cut it right down the middle, like so. Cut it into quarters, like so. And then we're just going to turn it 90 degrees and do the exact same thing. Right down the middle. Right down the middle again. There's our quarters. If you want, you can cut it into 1/8. This will help the butter kind of soften just a little bit, but we actually want our butter to be a little bit cool while we're making our pie crust. Right. There we go. Now if you really want to like cube it traditionally, we can actually take this and turn it vertically as well, like so, and cut through it. And you'll get nice little legitimate cubes of butter. Like that. Perfect. Butter's nice and cubed. Knife is covered in sticky butter. There we go. Grab a small little plate, set those aside for now. If you want, you can separate them out. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to go ahead and get started on the next steps for the pie crust. And we're going to be doing our dry ingredients. So our flour, salt, and sugar, we're going to be whisking those together in a bowl. Let's grab a metal bowl. How are you guys doing for Thanksgiving? You guys having a good day so far? If you guys are cooking your own meal, if you're following along with me, what you guys making? Go ahead and wipe off our knife. 2 cups of flour. I know those of you over in the UK, up in Canada, I know had their Thanksgiving last week, I think, or last month, October. And then ours is today. Our oven just came up to temperature, which is great. And we're going to set that and let that go for about 45 minutes. So, about 11:30 we'll check on it. 2 cups of flour. Just going to go over my measuring cup here. We're just going to lightly pour it. A little bit of extra falling out's not a big deal. 1 cup. Generally, I'll do this by weight. You'll get a lot more of an accurate result. Much more repeatable result, I should say. 2. But since the recipe doesn't tell me what the weight that I should be using is, I'm just going to go ahead and eyeball it like they did. And what did it say? 2 teaspoons of sugar, 1 teaspoon of salt. Pour salt first. And we'll do our 2 teaspoons of sugar. Sprinkle that in. Perfect. So get these guys out of my way. And let's grab our whisk. Get this nice and mixed up. Whisking is the best way to get dry ingredients incorporated. You'll get a really nice, even distribution. It kind of fluffs things up, makes them nice and light. You can use a fork if you don't have a whisk, but a fork isn't going to work quite as well. A whisk is almost magical in how well it evenly distributes things. And then what we're going to do is we're basically going to be just kind of putting these cubes of butter in and working them into the flour. You can use, if you have like a flour cutter, you can use that for sure. Yeah, we're just going to be working this in until it becomes a coarse, almost cornmeal-y style mixture. I'll go ahead and give these a nice little coat so they don't stick together. And we'll get this all mixed up. Done with the plate, we'll move over here. Out of the way. Go ahead and coat all of these guys together. And then you're really just kind of pinching them together like so, and working the flour into the butter. Again, if you have a cutter, like a flour cutter, you can absolutely use that. And what this is going to do is kind of create little buttery crumbs, which when we put these together and bake them will be delicious. It melts all the flour together, and that's how you get a really nice golden crust. Cool. This comes together pretty quickly, but you definitely want to use cold butter when you're doing this. Not like straight out of the fridge butter, but basically like what we did. Take your butter, cut it up, let it kind of thaw just a little bit, and then keep it cold. Because the warmth of your hands is actually going to be causing the butter to melt slightly while you're putting this together, but you don't want the butter to be liquid or super melty, because then you won't end up with a nice flaky pie crust. You'll end up with more of a dough. And so I'm just kind of using my fingers, pinching everything together and kind of rotating, and that's how I'm incorporating all of this together. You'll see that our pie crust is coming along nicely. There we go. Got our nice crumbly butter-based pie crust. And that's looking real good. Go ahead and rub your fingers together, rub your hands together, get any of that extra crust off. I believe the next step is adding the sour cream. Yep, that's exactly what we want to do. I believe it was a half a cup of sour cream. And I'm just going to eyeball this as well. Grab our cup over here. Get this to about a half a cup of sour cream. This will add a nice tang to our pumpkin pie as well. A little bit more. Cool. Good for the sour cream. Put this back in the fridge. Now we'll just kind of scoop this out. This is going to add a little bit of moisture to the pie crust, as well as some extra fat. And if you can't get it all out, not a problem. Put this over in the sink. Actually going to give my hands a little bit of a wash. Or rather than a wash, just like a rinse. It's just butter and flour. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use a fork to incorporate sour cream in. Get it nicely distributed. You'll notice that a lot of those small clumps are going to start kind of adhering together. And the dough is going to become more of a, or the crust is going to become more of a dough. And then what we're going to do is roll it out on our surface. I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of flour on here so it doesn't stick too bad. Now we're going to knead it just a bit. Grab some flour. I like to dust from a little bit of a height. It gives you a better distribution of flour over your surface. You don't want too much flour, but you do want enough to keep it nice and covered so it doesn't stick. Go ahead and get all of this out on the surface as much as you can. Hey Felicia, good to see you again. It's been a while. I know we moved our cook-alongs from Friday nights to Sunday, and Sunday doesn't work very well for you, which I'm very sad because I miss you. Miss seeing you on these streams. I'm glad you showed up today. Here we go. You don't have to worry about over-kneading this. I don't believe we're forming any gluten. That's a great question for an actual chef, not me. But we want this to come together into a nice malleable dough, like so. This looks fantastic. Don't worry about working it too much. We just want it to come together. There we go. We're going to go ahead and kind of press it out into a disc. And we will be wrapping this in cling film and putting it back in the fridge. You'll notice that the surface is also starting to kind of get a little bit glistening. That's because the butter is starting to melt from the warmth of our hands. And we're going to put it back in the fridge to kind of curtail that. Go ahead, we'll grab our giant roll of cling film. This thing is awesome. I bought this, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, and it's like a restaurant box of cling film. I have not gone through it. I think I'm maybe halfway through at this point. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Felicia. I am doing fantastic. Hope everything is well for you guys as well. We're gonna go ahead and just place it on top. Flatten it out. Try and get rid of any air pockets that may show up. You don't have to worry too much about it, but and we're just going to go ahead and slide a knife, or again, if you have a dough scraper, you can use that. I don't know where my dough scraper went. Just scrape up everything off with a cutting board here, and we'll rotate our dough around. Slide any extra dough onto it, and get this nice and wrapped up. Go. And we're going to set this in the fridge for until we need it. I mean, really, it's like you're supposed to put it in there for about an hour, 30 minutes to an hour. We'll come back to it when we get to it. Set it up there. Let him chill. That also allows some of the moisture from the sour cream to kind of, they call it relaxing, but it's really just evenly distributing any of the moisture that you need into the dough. We'll get our giant roll of cling film set aside. Put our measuring equipment away. And we'll rinse our bowl. Over here. So far, so good. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing's going too crazy. I'm going to go ahead and rinse off our bowl and set it in the drying rack to dry. For those of you who are in the States, or those of you who are in different countries and celebrate a similar style of Thanksgiving, what are some of the things that you like to make for your meals? For me, we're hitting all the staples. Green bean casserole, Brussels sprouts, of course a turkey. I know some of you guys over in the UK, you guys do Christmas lunch or Christmas supper. I think this year for Christmas, I'm going to be doing a cook-along with a beef Wellington. So if you guys are interested in doing that, that's going to be a couple of day process. So Christmas Eve, we'll start by putting together the puff pastry ourselves. And then on Christmas Day, we'll get the beef prepared and wrapped and cooked. We'll see what other sides we put together as well. Go ahead and get that set over here. Now, cleaning as you go, especially on a large meal like what we're doing today, is definitely a good thing. It keeps you from having to do all the cleaning at the end. It keeps you using things, well, keeping things that you use at the ready, essentially. So you're not running around going, oh, where's that bowl that I needed? Oh, I used it in this other thing. Oops, now I gotta clean it. So we're done with one of our things. We've got our turkey bones roasting for our stock. We've got our dough ready for our pumpkin pie and relaxing in the fridge. Next up, we're going to get our cranberry relish put together. Very light, fresh cranberry relish. We don't cook it. This is going to be just a raw relish. Uses a lot of sugar, and there's a couple of different ways you can put it together. I'm going to be using a food processor. If you want to use a little bit less, if you want it to be less liquidy, a food processor tends to not only cut and dice, but also kind of squish things and release a lot of fluid. If you want a drier cranberry relish, use a grinder. So if you have like a hand grinder or a KitchenAid mixer that has a grinder attachment or something like that, use that and you can grind all of the bits in. Grinding will not, it won't be as juicy. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll jump over here. I think I need a cup of sugar, so I'm going to leave the cup out. And there we go. We've still got our turkey out on the side. It's still resting. It's starting to look a little bit wet, but you can see some dry spots as well where the salt has started kind of reabsorbing into it, which is great. Go ahead and grab our food processor here. Always precarious. Set you over here. Move our kitchen shears out of the way for now. Let's go ahead and plug you in. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're basically going to be using, I like to use the biggest on mine. I've got a pretty crazy food processor. We're just going to use a regular blade on this bad boy. There we are. And it's actually pretty easy to put together this cranberry relish. It doesn't take too long. The most difficult part for us is going to be the pomegranate, but I'll show you a really easy way of kind of breaking that bad boy down. Grab our cranberries. And I think everything else is out. We're going to go ahead and put our cranberries in first. Just a bag, 12-ounce bag of cranberries. We want a Granny Smith apple, an orange, and a pomegranate. Now the pomegranate is something that I'm just trying this year. I've never done it before, but I think it would add a really nice kind of tart, sweet flavor to this, so that's what we're going to do. Now with our orange, first thing oh, here's my pie scraper. That's always funny. I swear I checked that drawer like 8 times yesterday and couldn't find it. All right. First thing we're going to do, actually, now that I found my pie scraper, or dough scraper, clear off our work surface. Get all this flour off of here. And I'm going to zest my orange. I really don't need that much zest. And by that, I just need to take off the top layer. I don't need to go into the white. I just want to kind of scrape around. You're going to get a lovely orange aroma in your kitchen. This is a fantastic way to start Thanksgiving early afternoon. Kind of one scrape for each section. Just kind of brushing the zest off, if you will. You don't need to go too overboard. And I'd say if you get 90% of the zest off, you're good. This is going to prevent it from being bitter. If you get a lot of that pith off of there, the white bit, you get a lot of the bitter notes that kind of come when you zest. Whereas if you just kind of take off the skin part of it, you get a lot of the oils and all the sweetness and the orange flavor without any of that bitterness. We'll go ahead and just kind of scrape everything off the back of our microplane. And we'll just scoop this up. Put it right in. Now our orange, we're just going to cut it into sections. Cut it in half, cut it in quarters. And then what I really want to do is try and peel off the skin. So if you grab the tip, you should be able to peel a good portion of this right off. Again, very similar to an onion. If you leave it whole, it actually becomes a little bit more difficult to kind of take the skins off because it's an arc shape, and the arc is geometrically a very stable shape, and it doesn't want to flip upside down. So by quartering everything, you're removing that extra structure, and the skin should come off fairly easily. You don't have to worry too much about the little bit of white pith that's on the back of the oranges, but if it bothers you, we can go ahead and pull those off as well. And don't worry about it looking too nice. We're going to be throwing it into a food processor anyway, so that's not going to matter so much. Give it a little bit of a taste because you're the chef and you're hungry. And here are our oranges. That looks great. Now, if you can or if you want, you can just kind of peel in and just section off little bits. We're just going to put those right into the food processor. Again, if you're getting a lot of moisture out of these, that's fine. It's all going to be ground together anyway. There you go. Next bit. Traditionally, you can use these or can put this together in a grinder, like I said. That's a little bit more traditional. You can also just blend it together if you want a super liquidy cranberry sauce. But I like it being a little bit chunkier, a little bit more of a relish. And so as I'm kind of pulling these into orange pieces, orange sections, I'm taking off any of the extra pith. Just makes it a little bit easier that way. This one is going to be the difficult one. Get hand section. So. As well. There we go. Last bit. Good. Apple. We're going to cut this very similarly to how I usually do a lemon. We're just going to kind of cut off one end, like so. Spin it around, cut off the other end, like so. Lay it flat, and just cut around the core. And then you've got your core out. You've got your apples. I'm going to go ahead and take these and just section them off a little bit smaller. Just means less work that the food processor has to do, which means I don't have to keep it on as long. And it should allow me to keep my cranberry relish a little bit more chunky and less liquidy. We'll just go ahead and do that. See that I'm just cubing these guys up using the claw method that we've always been doing. Best way to dice things. Pop everything in. And the great thing about this relish, we're putting it together right now so that it has time to kind of marry together. All the flavors will come together in the fridge as it's in there cooling down, chilling. There we are. Go ahead and kind of sprinkle those in. We're not going to worry about the pomegranate yet. If we put the pomegranate seeds in now, they would get blended down, and I actually don't want that. I want to be able to see the pomegranates in the cranberry relish. So what we're going to do is get our lid on, and then we're just going to kind of pulse this a couple of times. And everything's going to come together. Now what we're going to do is grab a spatula. I'm actually going to switch back to this because you can actually see the mixer. I'm going to scrape down the sides. We haven't added any sugar yet. I'm just kind of doing like a pre-blend, and then we're going to add, I believe it's a cup of sugar. There's a lot of sugar, but you'll notice that this blends everything down. It actually becomes a really nice relish. If you want to make it a little bit more liquidy, just run the blender for longer, or run the food processor for a little bit longer. I guarantee you it will become a lot more liquidy. All right, sugar. Let's quickly check my, I don't have the recipe here. Pretty sure it's a cup of sugar. Quick, somebody check the YouTube description. Hold on, let me go. We'll go here. We'll click on this. We'll mute it so I don't get feedback. Yeah. Cranberry relish, 1 cup granulated sugar. I don't like walnuts in my cranberry relish. If you do, go ahead and put them in with the sugar. Oh yeah. You can definitely, if you're doing a cooked relish, for sure. We are not cooking this. This is going to be a just a raw cranberry relish, as opposed to a cranberry sauce. Go ahead and do that. Sprinkle this in. And the sugar is also going to pull out a lot of the moisture from these veggies and fruits. I guess they're all fruits. There we go. We'll just pulse it a couple more times. Get that sugar incorporated. There we are. Scrape it down. Go ahead and take a look at it. Just make sure that it is to your satisfaction. Someone texted me. Who says what? Rawr. Got my laptop over there so I can check my text messages. Go ahead and everything looks good, looks well incorporated. Give it a quick taste. That's good. Nice and orangey, zesty, no bitterness. We're going to pour that out into a little bowl and get our pomegranate ready. Now, while I'm waiting on doing that, let's really quickly rinse off some of our stuff and get it drying. We'll rinse out our microplane grater. Shouldn't need too much cleaning. It was just an orange zest. I'll set that over there. Rinse off our spatula. We're actually probably going to still use the spatula for this. And we'll rinse our fork off. Actually, just going to leave that in there for now. Take our spatula back with us. Switch back over here. I'm going to set this just kind of out of my way. What bowl do I want to use with? I think I'll use one of my nice ramen bowls. Kind of an interesting presentation. Set that there. Go ahead and pull out our blade. We'll get that rinsed as well. I'm just going to toss this in the sink for now. We'll get to it in just a second. Pop our mixer off, pour our relish into our serving bowl. Spatula any little bits that aren't being cooperative. It's the holidays. Everybody's got to cooperate. There's a beautiful cranberry relish. Now, my stepmom, Cindy, is making a cranberry sauce today. I'm personally not a huge fan of cranberry sauce. I like the relish because it's nice and fresh. Sauce isn't my thing. I think I was ruined by those cans of cranberry slop is what I'll call it, that you can buy in the store, and you just kind of like out of the can. Not my thing. And so that's kind of colored the way that I look at cranberry sauce, so I don't really like it. We're going to take a pomegranate apart. We're going to mix these seeds into the cranberry. And let's see, I'm actually going to grab a small bowl. And we're going to get started on this. So the best way, in my opinion, to seed a pomegranate is not to grab a spoon, cut it in half, and start slapping the hell out of it. What you'll end up doing is, again, kind of breaking all of the little juice sacs around the seeds, and you just kind of end up with a mess. I like to just kind of take off the top, I'll switch to guy. We're going to start with our pomegranate. Find a flat side of it. Usually, like, they are round, but there is a flat side to a pomegranate. Find that flat side, and we're just going to kind of take off the top, like so. Now, you might just have this little bit here. That's fine. You can also cut down until you can start seeing the seeds. Totally up to you. Doesn't really matter. So there I can just kind of barely start seeing those perils or whatever you want to call them in here. I like to call them seeds. All I'm going to do is I'm going to find a couple of ridges. So here I've got one ridge on each side, and I've got one ridge on each side on here too. I'm going to cut from one ridge to the other ridge, and I'm going to cut in like 1/4 of an inch. I'm going to do the same thing from the other ridge to the other ridge. They're usually on opposite sides. Not always, but usually. Then I'm just going to cut in between the two of them, like so. So you've got 6 slices, if you will, of pomegranate. I'm going to continue this slice all the way around the pomegranate, all the way back to the back. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Continue it all the way back. And I'm going to do that for all of the 6 slices that I've made. What this is going to do is you may slice the outer few seeds on each side here, but you're not going to pulverize them. You're going to still be able to pull these guys out whole. And from this, I'm just going to very gently separate these sections out like so. Now I've got 6 slices, if you will, of pomegranate. I'm going to turn them upside down, and any of the little seeds that kind of come off, I'm going to let them fall into the bowl. And I'm just going to set them aside as I go. This also allows you, if you have any bruised bits, like here, I've got some pretty gross looking bruised pomegranates. Didn't do this. You can kind of see these guys right here, they've seen better days. We've got some really nice, beautiful red full seeds over here, and we've got kind of like these little bruised, mushy ones. I can literally just ignore those. If you're slapping the hell out of them, those actually don't taste that great. And if you're slapping the hell out of the pomegranate, all of that off flavor is going to also fall into your bowl. So I would rather avoid that. This method takes a little bit of extra time, but number one, you don't have to clean up the mess that you create afterwards. Don't want you in my bowl. And number two, you get whole pomegranate seeds. So now all I have to do is basically invert these. I'm actually going to remove the bruised ones from that one. But as I invert them, all the pomegranate seeds just kind of fall out into my hand. And I can just put them in the bowl. So I'm going to invert, and all of this will just kind of come out. Use your thumb and your pointer finger, and you can just kind of roll these guys out right into whatever bowl you're using. If you have a pomegranate that has a lot of the pith on it, you can actually do this underwater. Like fill a bowl with some water, pull all these seeds out. The seeds will sink in the water, and all of the white pith will float to the surface. So you can very quickly rinse these guys off, section them off. It's actually a little bit more efficient, I think, than doing the slappy method. But either way, it's going to take a little bit of time. But just kind of zen out and pop out some seeds. Talk to your live studio audience while you're doing it. Oh, you guys don't have, oh, sorry. I'm the one with the live studio audience. My bad. But here we go. Like, we just did 2 sections of pomegranate, and we've got a bowl of full pomegranate seeds. Like, this is great. Here's the next one. We'll just, again, start inverting it and just use our thumb to kind of pop these guys out. I'm also just kind of inspecting as I'm going along. Anything that doesn't look like a seed that I'm going to want, I'm just going to avoid it. This is also a great method if you're doing pomegranate chicken or any other kind of pomegranate dish where you want to keep some whole seeds for the presentation. 100%. Toss that. Here, we'll grab the. Also pretty easy to remove some of this papery skin when the pomegranate is nicely sectioned like this. Go. Don't want you. I think we're going to have this whole thing done in under 5 minutes. Take a look at chat while I'm doing this. Orange juice, sugar, and a cinnamon stick. Oh yeah, cinnamon stick. That would actually be a good idea. Maybe I'll add some cinnamon. It's a great little addition. Maybe I'll do something on the fly and see how it works. There we go. Amazing sandwich tomorrow. Yes, absolutely. Thanksgiving for me, I love the leftovers almost, I would say almost more than the actual meal. I actually really like it when the turkey dries out just a bit. It's I think it's a nostalgia thing more than an actually enjoying it thing. But you know, the next day turkey, when you pull it straight out of the fridge and it's nice and cold, and maybe you heat up a little bit of gravy to put on top of it. Oh my gosh, that's Thanksgiving in a nutshell for me. And that's the start of the holiday season. Once that happens, I'm just like, okay, it's the holidays. I'm happy. It's the happiest season of all. Okay, let's go. Now you'll notice that while we're seeding this pomegranate, we're actually also letting our pie crust have time to do what it's doing. So all of the way that I have it set up today is basically so that we're timing everything as closely as we can get it to everything coming together all at the right time, all at the same time. Almost done with our pomegranate here. Oops. None of that. Now we also talked a little bit about doing this under in a bowl with some water so that you can get all this pith kind of separated. After you're done sectioning the pomegranate, if you didn't do it in a bowl of water, you can just fill this bowl up. All the pith will still float to the surface and you can get rid of it. So whether you want to actually seed the pomegranate underwater or not, totally up to you. But if you get a lot of white little bits in here, you can 100% filter them out really quickly. There we are. Got one little section left. Armin, how you doing, man? You got enough to drink and everything? Can I get you something to eat? I know you brought some pistachios. All right. Well, just let me know when you're ready. And what I'm going to do is everything in this bowl we're going to mix in, and then everything in this bottom piece we're going to sprinkle on top. That way we get a little bit of a nice look, as well as a nice mixed flavor. So here are all of the pomegranate seeds from that pomegranate. Go ahead and just pour them in. And we're just going to give this a nice little mix. Get them distributed. Actually, it looks pretty darn cool. Pomegranate mixed in. I'm sure it's going to taste amazing. I love pomegranate. Pomegranate is one of my favorite things to eat. We actually have a pomegranate tree in the back yard, and I've basically been going, it's not really a tree, it's a bush, but you can like shape it to look like a tree. But I've been going out there almost every day, grabbing a couple of pomegranates and just going to town. Cool, so we got all of those nicely distributed. I'm gonna give this just a real quick taste. Swoop, grab a couple pomegranate seeds and some relish. Oh yeah. That was a great idea. So cinnamon, I really think I'm going to pass on the cinnamon this year. I might try it a little bit later, and then if I like it next year or for Christmas, maybe we'll do this again and we'll do the cinnamon. I think on this one I'm gonna pass it because this tastes exactly like what I want it to taste like, and I don't want to change the flavor profile for the main. I might, like I said, I might put a little bit aside a little bit later and play around with it. So for the pomegranate seeds, I'm just gonna kind of sprinkle them over the relish as we go. That'll just give people a little bit of an indication that there's something special about this year's cranberry relish. I really like the idea of the cinnamon though. That's sticking in my brain. We'll try that a little bit later. I want you more over here. Perfect. And of course, we all know that the better something looks, the better it tastes. I think that by putting some of these pomegranate seeds on the top, adding a little bit more elegance to this dish. A couple more. And that's good. The rest of that was mushy pomegranate seeds anyway. One seed on the ground. Not bad. So I'm going to go ahead and cover this with, again, we'll grab our giant roll of saran wrap. Get this covered. And we'll put it in the fridge to kind of marry. Now what I'm going to do is, what time is it? 11:30. We'll check on our turkey, the roast turkey bits that are in there. See how all of that's coming. I'm starting to smell them, which is why I was thinking about them. Let's go ahead and just kind of cut this up, cut this down. There we go. The pomegranate relish is done. We're just going to let this rest in the fridge. Perfect, perfect. And we'll set it over here. Cool. Get our giant cling film out of the way. Take a quick look at our turkey. Ooh, that's browning up nicely. I think we're good to start our stock. I'm going to take some time, clean some of this up, and we will get our stock going. We'll get kind of regroup ourselves here. Put this up away. Now what I should probably do is get a couple of wooden shelves, because right now the bottoms of those are kind of peeking through the wire. These out of the way. We'll give this a rinse. This a rinse. Anything else here that I want to take with me? Do the sink. Really? Cool. I'll see you guys at the sink. All right. So we're keeping ourselves pretty clean. Rinse off our paring knife. All it was pomegranate. Rinse off our full knife. I think all we used it for was to flip over the dough. Set that over there. Rinse off our spoon. Our fork. We'll put these guys into the dishwasher. Rinse off our spatula. Set him over here to dry. We'll rinse off our little bowl that we were using for our pomegranate seeds. Set that over there. You'll notice I'm not rushing, like all of this, letting the turkey brown a little bit more, not a problem. Letting everything kind of take its time to come together, not a problem. It's Thanksgiving, it's a busy day. We don't want to add any stress to ourselves anyway. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the rest of my chicken bits, and I still have the bag from turkey bits. I'm going to take those, put them back in the bag that they came in, and we're going to kind of move that into our trash can. Now I had them in this sieve, so I'm going to give this a good rinse and a good bit of soap. Kill anything in here that might have been harboring itself. I'm gonna let this run just a bit because I need some hot water. Make sure that we get our sieve as sanitized as we can. So we'll brush both sides here, get it nice and sudsy. Hot water. And rinse it all off. There we go. Rinse it off from this side as well. Perfect. This over here to dry. And before we do our food processor, I'm going to get this bag out of the sink. And into the garbage. There we go. A little bit of soap on our hands since we just touched a turkey bag. Might have said chicken again. I don't know. I've lost track. Okay, get a little bit of soap in our food processor and give it a good rinse. Good brushing and a good rinse. I'll set that over on the side to dry as well. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we've got our dough ready to go. We've got our turkey roasting ready for our stock to be made, which is going to be our next step here. We've got a fairly clean kitchen still, because we're taking our time in between everything just to kind of rinse and make sure that we're not accumulating dirty dishes. There's nothing worse than being done with a Thanksgiving meal, eating, and then realizing that you have to clean your whole kitchen. Not the best way to end what should be a fun holiday by resenting your kitchen because you have to clean everything. We'll go ahead and just give this a little quick soap off. Now, I'm kind of hand washing everything because it gives me a chance to take a step back, think about what I'm going to do next, talk to you guys a little bit. If you want to just give things a rinse, toss them in your dishwasher if you have one, like 100%. There's nothing wrong with that. You really should just be doing everything you can to make your day as easy on yourself as you can. We're also, I don't know if you've noticed, but so far I'm trying to keep everything in one oven even. So you don't need 8 ovens to do a good Thanksgiving meal. If all you got is one, you should be able to kind of organize things and stagger them so that everything comes together fairly well. Cool, so let's move on to our turkey stock. So before we get started with our turkey stock, I'm going to check my text messages. A lot of people are sending me happy Thanksgiving. Drake and Allison, happy Thanksgiving to you all as well. Tyler, Megan, love you guys. Let's see, who is this? Justin Dunham, awesome team leader of one of our offices down in San Clemente. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, my friend. I'm gonna go ahead and use my dough scraper here. Kind of get rid of any of this excess flour and goobers from my cutting board. Gonna sweep them off into my can down here and then into the garbage. Give this a quick rinse, and then we'll get started on our stock. Stock is super easy to make. If you haven't made stock before because you think it takes like 4 hours to cook, yeah, it really doesn't. It's literally just putting a bunch of vegetables, putting a bunch of aromatics, and whatever kind of stock you're making. If it's a vegetable stock, that's all you need. If you're making a turkey stock, we're going to be using our roasted bones and some of the meat. Just putting them into a bowl, a pot, filling it with water, and just letting it simmer. I mean, you can let it go for hours and hours and hours if you want, but you don't have to. Really, 45 minutes to an hour and a half, and you got a really good stock. Everything that's in the pot kind of releases its flavor into the broth, and that's really all you need. So let's get started. And I want some pot holders, because I know these trays and that pot are going to be fairly warm. And by fairly warm, I mean very, very hot. So go ahead and set that over there. Everything looks great. A little bit of a light browning. Pull this out. Got a little bit of a deeper color on it, which is wonderful. Now I wonder if my stock pot will... Hey! I just said not to do that, and I just did it. Let's see if my stock pot will work with my induction oven. Cool, it does. I just found out yesterday, I just remembered yesterday that these stainless steel pans that I'm using actually work on induction. So we're going to keep our oven on. We're going to keep it at 375. With all of this stuff here, again, it's pretty warm. So I'm going to grab, if I can find it, some tongs. We're just going to separate everything off. If it's kind of stuck to the cookie trays, that's fine. We're going to get those kind of separated. Move things off of the bottom of the pot here, off the bottom of the pan. We're just going to kind of stack them all over here. Now you'll notice that there's a lot of fat and fond and everything on the bottom of this pot. Actually, here so you can see it. And this is what you want. This is just added flavor to our stock, which is beautiful and exactly what we're looking for. There's also some fond on the bottom of this tray. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to heat the tray up a little bit with some water in here and break that up off the bottom and pour that into our stock as well. Go ahead and separate that. Oops. Flying turkey. I'll get this off. Now the reason that we're pulling all of this off is not for any other reason than we just want to kind of get this started with veggies. So this is still kind of warm. So let's move this. I'm actually going to take this over to my cooktop. I'll set it there for now. If things cool off, not a problem. We're not looking to keep everything super hot here. We just want to get started with putting our veggies in here. So veggies, we want carrots, we want celery, we want a leek if you have one. You don't need one. Just adds a mild oniony flavor. Let's see. Where's our carrots? We're going to put some parsley in there as well, but we'll get to that in a bit. Get these guys over to the side. Perfect. Celery, carrots, leek will do last. And let's grab our knife. Celery, we're going to actually take off the white ends. You can use these. I really don't care to use them, so I don't. It's up to you. I've got enough celery that's going to be going into the pot that I don't feel like I need those bits. I'm going to give this a quick rinse off. And that's another reason I don't like using those. They're actually fairly difficult to kind of get super clean. I'm going to go ahead and just cut these kind of diagonally into nice chunks. I'm going to put these on the bottom, like so. We're going to do the same thing with our carrot. These guys are rinsed from yesterday. We're just going to go cut off the tops. Now, I'm going to be leaving the skins on. I mean, you'll notice I haven't shaved these off at all. The skin actually has a lot of flavor and some pretty good nutrients in it too. So in a stock, works wonderfully. Again, a couple of nice chunks. Go ahead and get those guys in there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn this on to medium, medium high, medium low, some kind of a medium. And we're going to start getting some color on our veggies. And we're going to add an onion, which I've got my onion over here. And a head of garlic. So as these veggies kind of start cooking down, the turkey bits, all the brown stock, all the brown fawn down at the bottom is going to be releasing and adding flavor. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to add an onion in there as well. I'm just going to cut it into kind of quarters like so. The root I'm going to remove, just again because I'm lazy and I don't want to take the time to clean it. Go ahead and get those guys in there. And then the top, I'm not so worried about the skin. We're going to be draining this at the end. So if the skin goes in, it's actually going to be, again, adding a little bit of flavor. So I'm not super worried about getting that peeled off. Just going to go ahead and get our onions in, our clove of garlic. I'm not going to be super worried about the papery skin, but I am going to get just a little bit off. We're just going to cut this in half, like so. And what we're going to do is we're going to put the cut side down to start. See if we can kind of clear a little bit of room here. And not burn yourself while you're doing it. There we go. Cut side down. Cut side down of all the cloves as well. And what that's going to do is kind of toast them up before we get our stock going. Cool, cool. I'm going to turn that down to actual medium because I don't want to get them too brown, but I do want to get that process kind of started. Now with the garlic, we're going to leave it for about a minute, and then we're going to start stirring it around. After a minute, you're already going to have that golden crust on it, and you're not going to need to keep it sitting there. It can kind of warm through with the rest of everything. But yeah, great way to kind of get these things going. Oh, hey Drake, how's it going, man? And Kristen, how's it going? How's it going? I'm going to go ahead and got too zen and my potatoes overflow. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. And that looks like Allison. Have to come clean up behind him. Yep, usually that's me. My stepmom actually offered to come in and do the cleaning while I was doing the cooking, and I said, you know what? I don't want to assume that people watching are going to have a group of people or anybody who's going to be cleaning up behind them. So I just kind of want to do it, you know, real time, one-on-one. Hey James, thanks man. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Hey, it's hard to go through and keep on top of all of this chat while I'm cooking, so I'm glad you guys are engaging. I'm sorry if I'm not being super great with replying to you, but working on it. Cool, so we got our garlic starting to kind of brown. We'll go ahead and get all of this kind of mixed up. Our onions as well, you'll see we're getting some brown color on there. Getting some browning on our garlic, which is great. Gonna go ahead and do that. Now, this smells amazing. Next step, we're going to clean off our leek. What I want to do is leeks tend to always have these leaves that kind of go off like this. Leeks also tend to absorb dirt like nothing else. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to rinse this off. We're going to take the root off on the bottom. And what I want to do is take these leaves that I just mentioned will kind of fan out. And I want to arrange them so that they're all vertical, like so. And I'm going to try and kind of squish them down and flatten them a bit. Like this. And then what I want to do is use my knife and just cut right down the center of them to kind of separate them. Now I've got a nice cut. I'm going to flip my leek around and I'm going to continue to cut all the way through the tip. Just like this. Now, we lay our leek flat, you're going to notice that in all of these little corners, you're going to have a bunch of dirt, a bunch of silt. And that's normal. That's just how leeks are. They're grown in pretty close to the ground, and as they come up, they tend to accumulate a lot of that. We're just going to take these over the sink and just kind of rinse everything out, get all the grit, all the dirt out, and do what we can to clean these up really well for our stock. Now we are also going to be straining our stock, so if you miss a little bit, it's not going to be that big of a deal, but you might get a little bit of a more earthy flavor, if you know what I mean. But doing this, we can literally just hold our leeks like this and just kind of run our hands through the various sections of the leek and just make sure that we're getting all that silt out, as much as we can anyway. And then on the actual leek itself, once we break it down, we're going to just cut it up into really large slices. And don't worry too much about drying these. We're going to be adding water to the stock anyway. So if you get a little bit of water from there, not a big deal. Go ahead and take our leek that we just cleaned. Just set it kind of on top of itself again. And then we're just going to cut nice 2-inch or so pieces. Just get those into the pan. And we'll cut some of our greens as well. And there we go. The tips of the greens I usually just throw away. Again, we got enough leek in there. I think we're going to get plenty of flavor, and we don't have to worry too much about that. This all looks good. We're going to give it a little bit of a stir. Getting some nice browning on our garlic. We're getting some nice browning on our onion. How hot are you? Still hot. There we go. We're just letting things kind of color, soften. It's just going to add a bunch of flavor to our stock. And speaking of flavor, guess what we're going to add? Of course, a bunch of salt. You don't want to over-season this right now. As we're going to add some water, and as the water kind of cooks down, a lot of this salt is going to concentrate, a lot of the flavor is going to concentrate. We also have salt and seasoning on our turkey pieces that we put in the oven, so all of that is going to kind of aggregate and make a well-seasoned stock. But you still do want to add a little bit of salt to your veggies, because you're adding things that are totally unseasoned to a pot. And you need to kind of balance that out just a bit, but you don't need to overdo it here. This will also help things kind of steam and get some of that nice fond off the bottom. There we go. All right. So what I'm going to do is grab the herbs that I want to use now. So we've got some thyme and a bay leaf. I'm not going to put too many herbs into the stock. We're going to kind of add them as we go. And I want my parsley. So there's parsley. And last but not least, a little bit of this. If you have some tomato paste, go ahead and put a little bit of a dollop right in the middle. Just add a little bit of richness to your stock. You don't need to worry too much about it if you don't. About a 1/4 cup, let it kind of warm up. Set this over there. What we're going to do is add 1 bay leaf if you have a nice sized one. 2 if you don't have a large bay leaf. I'm going to add 2. Add a pretty good bunch of thyme. Like so. And then we're going to add some parsley. Again, kind of keeping my cutting board clean as we go. Now the parsley, I'm actually going to pull out full sprigs of, like this. almost an entire little handful of it. We're just going to kind of bunch it up and set it on this side. That looks great. And let's give this tomato sauce, tomato paste, a little bit of a stir in. We'll go ahead and get everything stirred in. Beautiful. Smells amazing. Now last but not least, we're going to re-add our turkey bits to the top here, and then just cover everything with a little bit of water, and then bring it up to a simmer. Now with stock, you definitely do not want this to boil. You want this to simmer. If you have it boiling, all of the bits as they kind of cook down will start kind of separating. You'll get a really kind of chunky stock, which is not what we're looking for. We want something that's just kind of nice, light. It's going to be brown. It's going to be a colored stock because we're getting a lot of color on everything that we're putting in here. And that just adds to the richness. But you don't want like bits of carrot, dissolved into the fluid. And what'll end up happening is that's what's going to happen if you start boiling it. So we want to bring it up to a boil, and then we want to really quickly reduce it just to a simmer. There we go. Grab our turkey bits. How hot is this pan? Not too hot. I can actually grab this. And we'll just go ahead and put our turkey bits in. Now, if you want a thick gravy, if you want a gravy that's got bits of turkey in it, this is where you're going to separate your turkey. So I'm going to go ahead and add my neck. Add the wingtips, because we're not going to get any meat off of that. I'm going to separate these guys. We'll add the heart. All the pieces that have meat on them. Not so much the spine here, but everything else in here, we're going to set on the side. I guess there is a little bit of red meat on here. Totally up to you. Let's go ahead and do this. Grab a little bowl again. And then we're just going to start shredding stuff. Oh, and the tail. No meat on the tail that we're going to use. Get those guys in. Go ahead and just peel the meat off. The skin you want to leave on. You want to put the skin in with the stock, but all of the meat, all the meaty bits, go ahead and just peel them off and set them aside. We can shred them later. Don't worry too much about doing that now. All the skin, all the fat, all the collagen bits, they can go into the stock. There we go. And your turkey should be cooked all the way through at this point. Who is that? Up. Yes, miss everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Cool. Set that in there. Go ahead and get the meat off of this guy. Now the amount of stock that we make is going to dictate how much turkey gravy we're going to have as well. So we're actually going to have quite a bit to be able to play with. If you're usually making just a little bit of gravy, you're not going to have to worry about that so much this year. You're going to have a ton of gravy. And I'm not worried about getting all of the meat off the bones, because I do want some of the meat to help flavor the stock that we're making. The broth, I should say. Go ahead and get as much of this off as we can. Skin and everything in. I think that'll be enough for a nice chunky gravy. Armin, do you like chunky or do you like smooth gravy? Chunky, chunky. All right. And we're going to have enough to be able to make cups of both. I was just curious. All right. Finish shredding that. Got him in. I'm just going to leave this guy whole, put him in. The backbone here, the back plate, and kind of the seat of the bird. Get some of this skin off into the pot. And what I'm actually going to do is give this a quick stir. Smells incredible. There we go. And we'll turn this down to medium again. Skin off, skin in. Now there is a little bit of meat that we can remove here. This is all dark meat, which will go wonderfully in the gravy. And that's about all. So if you want, you can take this, cut it up a little bit so that you can fit it into your pot. Kitchen shears will work really well. You can use your knife. Let's see, I guess I'll use my knife. I'm gonna go basically find where the pelvis is, I guess. We're just gonna cut right up along it. Move this to the cutting board. Cut through kind of the hip bone here. You may need to use a little bit of pressure to get through. If you're not comfortable with this, just go ahead and put it in whole. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and put it in whole. No reason to turn today into an emergency day. Cool, good. I'm gonna rinse my hands off. We're gonna move that and fill it with water. Hands rinsed. Grab these guys. Switch this over. We're just gonna take this in the sink and fill it with some water. Now I've got a little reverse osmosis thing here that's filling it with some water. I'm just gonna let it go. Might take it a little bit of time. Get some of these guys out of the way. There we go. So all we're doing is we're just covering it with water. Pretty simple. You actually can see right here that we just, pouring some water into there. Once it covers everything, just kind of right over the top of it, we're going to go ahead and get it back up to a boil real quick and then reduce it to a simmer. And we will start making our pie. We're actually going to start building the filling and the pie itself. Oven is still up at 375, which is great. I believe we're going to leave it there, or we're going to reduce it just a bit in order to get our pie going. We're going to roll out our crust. We're going to do what we call blind baking it, which is not baking it all the way through, but just kind of filling it with a weight. In this case, we're going to be using sugar, and using that to kind of keep the base of it flat while we kind of pre-bake it before we put the filling in. That way we get a nice light flaky crust and a yummy delicious internal pumpkin-y gelatiny center, and don't have to worry so much about the pie crust baking. It'll already be somewhat baked. Go ahead and just let this fill up. Continue to fill up. Move things around a little bit. And you really want to make sure that everything is covered. A lot of the water is going to cook away and evaporate. So just make sure that you're getting everything kind of immersed under the water. And everything here is cooked, so you don't have to worry too much about cross-contamination or everything. The cooked turkey came out of the oven. All of the veggies and everything, we just kind of par cooked. We kind of seared them off, add a little bit of extra flavor. So go ahead and make sure your pan pot is full. It looks something like that. Now, the turkey neck is fluid, so it's just kind of floating up at the top. I've turned the carcass upside down because everything else will fit inside of it, and it's all good to go. So we're going to get this up to a boil. We're going to put it on the induction to get it up to a boil, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to actually move it over to a gas burner to get it out of my way. So, I believe I can pick this up now. We'll go back to our induction burner. Here we are, we're back. We'll go ahead and get this up to a boil. We got a bunch of stuff here in our pan. We're going to go ahead and get all of this scraped up. So let's switch back to our sink cam. And we're literally just going to put it right over a burner like that. And you guys can see that, so I'm just going to get this started. We're going to put this at like a low heat, medium low heat. The pan is going to get hot, so you make sure you have something to handle it with. And spatula or a wooden spoon. I'm actually going to grab a wooden spoon. Works just a little bit better at scraping things off. And then last but not least, let's grab a small cup of water. You can hear the pan over there is starting to sizzle. Maybe you can't hear it, but I can hear it. Like a 3/4 cup of water. We'll just get that set up on the side. I don't know if you guys can see it, but all of the bits here are starting to kind of bubble up and kind of release from the bottom a little bit, which is great. We want this to heat up just a bit. We're just going to kind of move the pan around to get a nice even heat on the bottom. We don't want to burn anything, which is why we have this on like a medium-low, medium heat. We don't want it to be too hot because then you'll just end up burning everything. But we do want it to get nice and warm at least. We're going to add our water, and that should help release everything from the bottom of the pan. Got a little bit of steam coming up, a little bit of smoke. Perfect. We'll go ahead and get a nice little sizzle. Now that we've added our water, we can go ahead and turn up the heat because now we're actually going to be roasting the water, kind of boiling the water, bringing it up to a simmer, and then that'll help scrape everything up nice and easily. It'll dissolve. You'll notice the water, if you've poured it into your own pot or your own pan, is probably a nice golden color now because some of that fond came up. And you're not going to get all of it, so don't stress about it. Just get as much off as you can. And this is just extra flavor. And then one thing I'm going to check is the batteries on my wireless mic, because I don't know if they're going to last the entire cook-along. So I'm going to check that real quick once we're done with this, and then see how we're doing on our battery life. Cool. That's pretty good. I'm going to grab my sink cam here real quick. Move you over. Hi. Show you kind of what it looks like. Got a nice brown chicken stock almost, or turkey stock almost, from the bottom of the pan. A lot of that brown bits released came up, and we're just going to pour this into our turkey stock over there. And we'll get that going. Let's get rid of that. I'll plug this back in. I got a battery over here keeping my phone going. And you're back. Grab our thing. Off. We'll move this over and pour it into our larger stock pot. So this is all just flavor. I mean, you can see that this is a lovely brown. Usually people will just use this to make their gravy, which works great if you're in a pinch, or you just want to make a little bit. But why not just make a huge batch of it, since we have the option to. There we go. We still got a couple of bits on the bottom. Didn't pour out with the water, so I'm just going to kind of scrape them all together like so. we'll just put those into the pot as well. Now the best thing is this tray that we used is more or less clean too. I mean, we can come in here with a brush and kind of, you know, loosen a couple of other things off, but for the most part, you're done. Look at the color of that stock. It's a nice rich brown. This is going to be incredible in our gravy. And it's starting to steam, so it is coming up to temperature, which is great. I'm gonna go ahead and set our tray in the sink for now. Add a little bit of soap and just kind of let it soak. There's not much there, but might as well help along what is there. Just make it easier on you later. Awesome. Cool, cool. So what's next? Let's see. Pie crust is done. We can roll that out and blind bake it. We got our relish done. We've got our stock started, coming up to temperature. We've got our turkey broken down. If you look at your turkey now and you've seasoned it, you'll notice that now all of that kind of glistening wetness that was on top has been reabsorbed or is on the way to being reabsorbed, and it's starting to look a lot more dry and almost kind of clammy, which is great. That just means that the salt is being absorbed. I'm going to use another couple paper towels. I'm sorry, I know I don't usually like using these, but I don't want to put gloves on. I'm just going to kind of shift these guys around just a bit. I'm not trying to dry anything off, but my turkey breast kind of fell over one side. So I'm going to see if I can straighten him up and keep him straight. Perfect. Without touching him, so I don't have to wash my hands off. Now I got some turkey bits here. My knife is kind of greasy, and I've got some other turkey bits here. These guys I'm actually going to leave out. Where do I want to put them? Set them right there. You guys just chill. Rinse off my knife. Go ahead and scrape this off. This is all cooked turkey, so other than drying off the board, you don't need to sanitize it or anything. Go ahead and do this. And we'll just get these guys washed. We'll get this washed, and actually, I'll get this washed, and I'll use this. I can set this on the side of my stock pot, like so. Perfect. Come on. There we go. Back at the sink. So again, today is a totally different style of cook-along. It's a little bit of a longer episode since we're doing a full Thanksgiving dinner. So far, so good. Everything is going according to what I expected. 12:13, we'll get our turkey in. It should be done probably right around 2:30 or 3. Maybe running a little bit late on the turkey, but that's okay. And that's why we started early. All right, knife is good. I don't think I need it for the pie crust, so we'll set that aside. Go ahead and rinse you off. A little bit of soap. Let you dry. We'll rinse off our tongs as well. And set you there to dry. Cool. Get started on our pie crust. All right. So pie crust, we will go to here. Let's grab our pie out of the fridge. You'll notice it's gotten a lot harder. I am actually going to dry this off just a bit. We are going to be baking this, so if there is any turkey goobers that are left on your cutting board, they will get cooked. But it was all cooked to begin with, so there shouldn't be any problem here. Go ahead and get this turned out. Grab a rolling pin. Mine is always fun to get out of my drawer. Give me a second as I finagle things around. And we're going to put a little bit of flour again down on our cutting board. A little bit of flour on the actual rolling pin itself. And that'll just keep everything from sticking. And then why not just put a little bit on the dough as well. There we go. A little bit, nice dusting. Get our pie out. Now this is going to make enough pie crust for 2 pies. So what we're going to want to do is actually cut this in half and then roll it out. We'll take our pie scraper and use it for its actual intended use, which is scraping pie dough. And we'll just grab our saran wrap. Take the second half that we're not going to use. If you're making pecan pie as well, you got a second half of dough. If you're making just the pumpkin pie, you got more dough for the rest of the week. Once you mow through this pumpkin pie, you got some more pie crust to make something else. Go ahead and set this back in the fridge. Now, the cut side, I'm just going to flour it just a bit. And then what I'm going to do is kind of give this a real quick knead into a round disc shape. Start with the shape that you want to end with. If you start with a crescent, you will probably be rolling out a crescent-shaped pie crust. If you start with a round, you will probably end up with a round pie crust. So, start with the shape that you want to end up with. There we go. Go ahead and flatten it out. Round it off just a bit more. Flatten it just a bit with our palm. Awesome. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of keep brushing we're going to keep brushing flour underneath our pie crust. And as we're doing this, I'm keeping an eye on my stock. As the stock starts kind of cooking down, once it actually starts boiling or simmering, we'll turn it down, we'll move it over to the gas burners and get it out of our way. Take a quick look at our battery life, and it looks like we're good. So we'll just keep going. So I'm just going to kind of roll out a couple of times. I'm not going to be too aggressive with it. I just want to kind of flatten it out. Now we've got an oval. So I'm actually going to turn it 90 degrees. Again, get some flour underneath it so it doesn't stick. Now we're going to roll it out this way. And what you're going to notice is by doing this, turning it 90 degrees and then rolling it out again, you will very likely end up with the shape you started with. If you have anything like here, you can kind of see it's a little bit squished in this direction. Let's do this. You can see it's a little bit squished in this direction. I'm going to rotate it just that much. And then I can kind of flatten out those edges. And we're going for about a 1/4 inch thick pie crust. So we'll rotate it here. We'll go a little bit. And the other thing is we're going to be draping this over a pie pan. And we probably will have some extra. So roll it out so that it's a little bit bigger than your pie pan. And by a 1/4 of an inch, I meant like 1/8 of an inch. You don't have to push too hard on this, but you do want to be gentle with it when you're rotating it, especially when it gets thinner. It smells really good right over it. Thanks. Something like this. I'll roll out that corner. You'll notice that I'm more or less coming out with a circular pie crust. Side. That rolled out. Starting to stick to my rolling pin, so I may need a little bit more flour on the rolling pin. But there we go. Spread it out. Perfect. Let's grab our pie tray. Make sure it's a little bit wider. Yep. I think I'm using a larger pie tray anyway, so mine might be a little bit on the small side, but we'll see. So what we want to do is just kind of drape it over and just let it fall into place, and then just kind of gently pull it into position. And now you can stretch this out a little bit to kind of fit the contours of your pie dish. Lay it flat. And then what you'll want to do is any bits that are separated or cracked, you can use your fingers to kind of push them together. Any bits that are long, a little bit too big like this, we're actually going to cut them off and repurpose them elsewhere. I'm going to grab my paring knife here. I'm going to go cut right here, right along the top here. Like so. We've got a little bit of extra pie crust here. We can fill in some of these gaps. Push it together. The great thing about a butter-based pie crust is that it sticks together once you push it back together, which is great. But again, I think I'm using a little bit bigger of a pie tray than like a standard 9-inch. I think this is 11 inches or 10 inches. So you might even have pie crust kind of overflowing, which is great. Just cut it off and discard it or give it a try. It's just butter, sugar, and flour. Go ahead and do this. That looks pretty good. We'll flatten it just a bit over here. And we'll kind of see if we can work this side up the pie dish just a bit. And I see that my stock, or I guess I can hear it more than see it, is starting to bubble, which is great. I'm going to go ahead and turn that down to medium, let it simmer, and then once we're done here with our pie crust, we'll move it over to the gas burner. So here we go. Pie crust looks great. Let me see if we're supposed to refrigerate that before. Roll out 12 to 4 inches wide. And then, nope, we just want to blind bake it. Cool, so we want to do 350. So let's go ahead and get our oven set to that, 350. Perfect. Now, what we want is we want a little bit of aluminum foil, or if you don't have aluminum foil, you can use parchment paper. The aluminum foil we're going to lay out into the middle of our pie, like so. And you just want enough to kind of cover the bottom and just a little bit of the sides. 75, let's get you down to 40 and see if that slows you down. Perfect. Just like that. So we've got our center weighed up, or weighed down, I guess, with aluminum foil. We're going to take our granulated sugar and we're just going to pour this into the middle. And all this is a weight to keep the pie crust from rising in the middle. That, and then what we can do is reuse the sugar afterwards. It shouldn't melt, it shouldn't caramelize, it should just be a weight. We're going to toss this in our oven for about 50 minutes. So 1225, cool. So we are probably going to have to use 2 ovens. Unfortunately, that wasn't what I was going for, but looks like that's what it's going to be. So let's do it. What are we going to do with this guy? We want him in that oven, bottom oven. So I'm going to use my smaller oven over here for the pie. Let's get you started. We're going to do Make 350. And we'll just turn the time up to infinity, which is great. And you go. Cool. So once that comes up to temp, I'll move the pie crust from that oven into the other oven, and we'll get started on our turkey. What's next? Pie. Pie. Cool. So we're going to get our pie set up now. We're going to make our filling. So we're probably going to need our stand mixer. Actually, pumpkin pie, I don't think you need a stand mixer. A whisk and a bowl should be good enough. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're just going to use a mixer. Why break out the heavy equipment when you don't need to? Got our bowl set up. And we're going to get our eggs, 2 eggs and a yolk, beat together in a large bowl. Go ahead and grab 2 of your eggs, plus a third for the yolk. Go ahead and get those into our bowl. 1, 2, and then for the yolk, just separate the white from the yolk over the garbage can. You can absolutely crack the egg into a ramekin or something and then use your fingers to kind of sift the yolk out. For just 1 egg, I'm not going to worry about it. Got this going. How hot are you? You're good. I'm going to move this over to my gas range to get them out of the way. Set you up on a nice simmer. Perfect. And I'm just going to keep my eye on you. We're going to go ahead and get these guys whisked. Whiskey. Brown sugar, white sugar, salt, spices, cinnamon, everything, and mix it. Cool. So, I'm going to go down our list. We want brown sugar. We want white sugar. Here is the brown sugar. Here is the white sugar. Do. Yikes. And let's see, ½ cup of brown sugar. And when you're doing your brown sugar, you really do want to pack it in, especially if the recipe says so. So just use the heel of your hand and just kind of squish it into the measuring cup. We'll get that in. And then the white sugar, 1/3 cup of white sugar. Just set you over to the side. About 1/4 cup, 1/3 cup. Do. 1/3 cup of white sugar. I'm going to go ahead and give these guys a quick mix. Start getting things incorporated. There we are. We're going to do a ½ teaspoon of salt, which I'm just going to eyeball. About that much. 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. What else do I need? Cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, cloves. A lot of spices here. 2 cloves. Cardamom, ground ginger. And then my cinnamon I've already got out. Where are you, Mr. Cinnamon? Cool. So our second oven is ready. Let's go ahead and move that over now. Except I don't know where my pot holders went. Go ahead and move this over. All right. There's pot holders. Put you in a more conspicuous location. Let me go find my cinnamon. Which, of course, is going to be the one thing that I'm not going to be able to find today, isn't it? Got cinnamon and nutmeg. There we go. All right, we want 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. I'm going to be using a ½ teaspoon measure in order to fit into these spice containers. So it's going to be 4 ½ teaspoons of cinnamon. Now, if you are allergic to cinnamon, you can use a combination of allspice and nutmeg, and it will approximate the flavor of cinnamon. I had a friend when I was living in Georgia who was allergic to cinnamon, and I was making banana bread. And so I basically just doubled up the, allspice and cloves. I just doubled up the allspice and the cloves, and it had a pretty good cinnamony flavor, even though there was no cinnamon in it. And she didn't die, so win all around. 1 teaspoon of ground ginger. So again, we're using a ½ teaspoon measure, so keep that in mind. We're just going to do 2 of everything. 2 ground ginger, 1/4 teaspoon of ground nutmeg. We do have a 1/4 teaspoon. Let's go ahead and use it. Now, ground nutmeg, I'm not actually going to use ground nutmeg. I like to grind them fresh, or shave them fresh, I should say. You usually get a much nicer flavor out of them that way. So let's come over here and grab our microplane. We're just going to shave off what I feel like is 1/4 teaspoon. There we go. 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg. And what else do I got? 1/4 teaspoon of ground cloves. An 1/8 teaspoon of ground cardamom if you're using it. I'm just going to use basically a half of the 1/4 teaspoon measure that we got. A ½ teaspoon of lemon zest. So again, we're going to use our microplane. We're going to grab a lemon. We're just going to peel off the outermost layer of the lemon skin. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Try not to get any of the white pith. It will really, really add bitterness to this dish. We'll do that. It's about a 1/4 teaspoon or a ½ teaspoon. And then we want our pumpkin puree. So we're going to go ahead and mix all the spices together with our egg mixture. Make sure everything is well incorporated. And then we'll grab our pumpkin puree. and mix that in as well. Here we go. So you'll notice that now that we're doing this, this is actually giving our pie crust a bit of time to bake. So we're kind of, again, multitasking, getting things kind of going in an order that makes sense, so that things happen without you wasting very much time. Pumpkin puree, we'll go ahead and just schlock that out. You kind of bend the sides of the cans, it releases it a bit. And there we go. Now I'm going to grab a spatula and we're going to scrape out the rest. I like to try and get as much of the pumpkin puree out as I can. I'll set this off to the side. Spatula in the sink for now. Give this a nice mix through. Should thicken things up a bit. And then next is the cream. And we've got our pie crust waiting. Cool. Get that mixed up. What are we looking for? We want 1.5 cups heavy cream. Let's grab our heavy cream. And we'll go ahead and grab our cup measure over there. And we'll put in our 1.5 cups. All right, turkey stock's going at a nice little simmer. I'm actually going to turn it down just a bit. We'll do 1 cup. There. And 1/2 cup. Kind of let it drip out for a second. This in the sink so we can rinse it off. And we'll get our cream back in the fridge. Give this a mix. Nice and incorporated here. That's a lovely pumpkin pie filling. If you're not worried about salmonella, you can give it a little bit of a taste. Raw eggs. That tastes really good. Now we'll start again collecting our stuff. Most of this is just going to be a rinse in the sink. We don't have to worry too much about washing, but we do want to get it nice and rinsed. I'm just going to set it in the sink for now. We've got our oven here at 350. And now what I want to do is I actually want to get my turkey in there right now. So let's do this. I'm going to grab a couple of gloves. And I'm going to grab a plate for the turkey crown. We're going to move the crown from our tray to the plate. It's just going to set here for a bit. We're going to take our turkey thighs and drumstick and just kind of spread them out as best we can. You guys can't see that over here, but this is basically what we want it to look like. We just want to kind of spread them out like so. And then we're just going to put this in the oven for about 30 minutes at 350 or 375. And get those guys kind of roasting. So 1241, 30 minutes from now will be about 110. I'm actually gonna get them up to 375 again. Cool. Turkey started. We're gonna get our breast, set it on the side, and we'll come back to that in about a half an hour. Got our pie filling ready. Get this out of the way and just set this over here. And let's take a look at all of the things that we want to do and where we're at. So, breakdown turkey done. Start the stock done. Pie crust done. Cooking. Cranberry relish done. Pie, we're working on it. As soon as the pie crust is partially baked, we'll pull it out. Turkey, we got that in. We can do green bean casserole, mashed potatoes, or Brussels sprouts. So let's start with the green bean casserole. Another one that I'm going to be going over to a recipe here. And basically by the time we're done kind of building this dish, the pie crust will be ready. We'll be able to pull that out and fill it. So, what we're going to want to do, since I'm using fresh green beans, we're going to want to get a pot full of water, and we're just going to parboil them. I'll let that fill up with water. While that's going, I will grab my green beans, get them ready to go. Here they are. Now I want, let's see, 4 cups of green beans. So that's going to be quite a bit. We'll just go ahead and pour a bunch out onto our cutting board. We're going to trim these up ourselves and then get them boiling away. So trimming these guys is actually pretty easy. Let's go ahead and get our rolling pin out of the way for now. Grab our knife, and we'll come back over here. Paring knife we'll set aside. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab all of our green beans and just kind of line them up like this. We want to keep them all about the same size, so all of the smaller pieces, we're going to use those as kind of a base. They're about half the size of the larger ones. And we're just going to go ahead and cut the larger ones down in half, like so. And we're just going to set these guys to the side. Same with these. Anything that's kind of curved, you can just break it in half. And any of the bad beans that you find, you can throw away, or if you find any stems or anything in there as well, you can just throw those guys away. Guys are about the right size, so we'll set them over there. Guys over there. You guys over there as well. Cool, cool. Just cut these guys in half. Set them aside. It's okay if you get a little flour on them from the pie crust. Not a big deal. Go check on our water. Perfect. Get this up here and get it boiling. These guys are all looking good, good size. Basically anything that looks like it's perfectly sized, just go ahead and set it on the side. Anything that's a little bit long, you just have to figure out how much smaller you want to make it. I try and keep mine about 2 inches long, no more than 2 inches long. Just makes them fit into the casserole dish a little bit nicer. There we go. If you get a couple that are a little bit bigger than that, it's not gonna be the end of the world. Get them all lined up and cut. This guy here is a little bit longer. Let's break him in half. There we go. Go through and get rid of some of these bits that don't really look edible, stems and things of that nature. And we'll actually just separate out the green beans. Any green beans that don't look like anything you want to eat, you can remove those as well. Go. About good. The water's coming up to temperature. We're going to want to put a pretty good amount of salt in the water here. Get some seasoning going on the green beans before we start cooking them. These guys are good. This one is good. This is always the fun part of the holidays. Putting all the food together. Usually it's a little louder in the kitchen, but you know, kind of nice. Nice peaceful day. Make an epic feast. There we go, we'll get our green beans trimmed up. These guys aren't gonna make the cut. And everything else here is sized well. I think I'll go ahead and just use the whole bag. No real reason not to. You guys are good. Cut you in half. You guys are good. Section these guys out just a bit. Perfect. Cut you in half. All good. You can use canned beans if you want. I don't know. I think they add an interesting kind of subtle off flavor. Not a bad one, just different. Fresh beans are just something else about them. A little bit more snappy, a little bit more less mushy right off the bat, right? The canned beans, they've been sitting for a while. They're fine, but there's just something about them I'm not super happy with. When I have the time to clean these guys down anyway, why not just do it from fresh? You're not making the cut, and the rest of these guys, that's good, but you guys are kind of the dredges. There we go. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna run over the sink. We're gonna kind of clean out our tray, not the tray. We're gonna clean out our mixing bowl. Oh, looks like we already cleaned it. Look at that. We're gonna grab this and we're gonna start mixing the rest of our kind of green bean cream sauce that goes along with it. And that is comprised of a half cup of milk, a little bit of soy sauce. And let's see, where is my milk? Here it is. What we are going to want to do is go and clean out our Measuring cups. Now, I've got a 1/4 cup over here, so I'll just use this. So we'll do a 1/4 cup of milk, teaspoon of soy sauce. I'm sorry, a 1/2 cup of milk, but we're going to use 2/4. There's our 1/2 cup of milk. Our teaspoon of soy sauce. Just going to eyeball it. Ooh, it's about a teaspoon of soy sauce. Get our milk back in here. And that'll work. What's next? 1/2 teaspoon black pepper. Just fresh grind it. Perfect. We're going to grab some cream of mushroom soup. I'm going to go ahead and get that scooped in. We'll grab a... Where did my whisk go? It's in the pumpkin pie filling, isn't it? It is. So we'll go ahead and get this rinsed off real quick. And we'll whisk this cream sauce together. Nice thick cream sauce. Our water is coming up to the boil. Taking a little bit of time, but that's fine. And we wanted a little bit of cheddar cheese on here, if we can. Grab some cheddar. And we want our crispy fried onions. How much cheddar cheese do we want? 1 cup. Get our cheese open here real quick. Grab a grater. And we'll grate out a cup of cheddar. Now while I'm over here, I'm just going to kind of dunk things down into the stock. It's looking phenomenal. Nice and dark. Smells amazing. Get everything kind of mixed in a bit. Fresh turkey stock is always a nice treat. There we go. That'll come back up to the simmer. We'll go ahead and grate our cheese. Just about a cup of grated cheese. You don't need to put too much, and if you're not super interested in the cheddar cheese, you can omit it, or you can add less. Totally up to you. There we are. And you don't need like a packed cup of cheese, just a nice loose cup. Like so. And the extra, set that aside. Get that incorporated. This will give it just another layer of richness as the cheese melts down while these cook. Storage bag for the cheese. And back into the fridge. for one. Can't wait to dive into that cranberry relish. I keep looking at it every time I open up the fridge, and I'm just like, oh my god, that looks so good. All right, crispy fried onions. You can make these yourself if you want, but, you know, you can buy pretty good crispy fried onions. So I'm just going to use the ones that are already made for me. Again, you want to add about a cup now. I'm just going to kind of handful them. It's going to be about 2 handfuls for me. And get that kind of mixed in as well. And then we're going to sprinkle some on the top once we get them actually baking. This way you'll get a nice kind of mix both in the actual casserole and on top. You get some extra crispy bits. Water's coming up to the boil. Let's go ahead and add, let's see, for that, let's do like a tablespoon of salt, maybe 2. Again, we're not actually eating 2 tablespoons of salt. This is going to get distributed into the beans, and a very small amount of that will actually make it into the dish. But there we go. Get our beans out of the way. I'm going to go take a quick look at my pie crust. Oh, looks pretty good. Got our stock simmering away, pie crust going. Got this all ready. Let's get our casserole dish set up as well. And we're just waiting on our water, really. Trying to get this up to the boil. So hopefully y'all are having a great time today, hanging out with some family. If you guys are alone, let me know. What are you guys doing? I'm just going to take a couple sips of Martinelli cider. And we're just going to kind of wait on our water. That's really all we're doing. Absolutely. So we're going to get Armin set up with a couple of snacks as well. One of his go-to treats is a bowl of pistachios. And then he really likes to drink some tequila neat. Usually he's doing Don Julio 1942. And if you guys are cooking along at home, now is a great time to take a little bit of a break. Grab some food. As we're kind of coming into a little bit of a lull in our timing, pistachios are in front of you. There's a discard tray to the right, to the left of the pistachio bowl. And grab you of your tequila, sir. Tequila is to your right, to the right of your coffee cup. Awesome, awesome. So how's our water doing? Coming up, I really do want to get that to a boil because it has to do with the timing. When the water's already up to a boil, it doesn't reduce temperature as quickly when you dump all of these colder green beans into it, and it comes back up to temperature a lot quicker as well. So we're right kind of on the edge here. You can definitely see that the water's starting to dance. So that's what we're going to wait for. Just wait for this to start actually boiling, and then we'll get our green beans in there. We don't want them in there for very long, just a couple of minutes. We just want to soften them. I mean, they're already pretty darn good. I like eating them raw, but in the context of a casserole, you want them to be nice and soft. All right, where are we? We're at 107. Taking a look at our pie crust. think I'm going to call that and pull it out. Going to keep this at 350 though. Get our blind baked pie crust out. Got a little layer of caramelization going on our sugar, which is fine. We can kind of scrape that away. Another way to do blind baking is you can have a bunch of, they actually sell like little beads that you can use for blind baking. Or you can get a bunch of dried beans. Those work as well. So there we go. There's our pie crust. I'm just going to set the sugar off to the side, or I'll dump it all over my floor. Either way. Guess I'll clean that up later. And we got a beautiful pie crust here. Now you'll notice that the sides have shrunk down just a bit, which is fine. We'll work around that. And we're also going to be getting our green beans in here. Perfect. Green beans. Let's go ahead and just pick them all up. Right into the water. Again, we're only going to have them in there for a couple of minutes. We just kind of want to partially cook them. I'm going to go ahead and just use a little strainer spoon to kind of get them all into the water. Let that come back up to a simmer or up to the boil. And then we'll give it about 2 to 4 minutes. Now, this pie crust looks amazing. What I'm going to do is turn that oven up to 425. And then we'll get our pumpkin pie in there. Beautiful. So I'm going to go ahead and pour my pie filling into the crust. I'm going to do it very gently. Pour right into the middle of your pan. I know you guys can't see it on camera, but don't worry too much about it. Just pour right into the middle. And everything should level out nicely. Now I'm left with a little bit of extra filling, which is fine. Again, same thing. Don't worry too much about that if you are too. Just go ahead and shake your pan from side to side just a bit. And maybe tap it. Get a little bit of those extra bubbles out. I could probably fit a little bit more pie in here. There we go. Get that over onto the side. Give this another little shake, another little tap. I like to call them love taps. I'm going to set it over here by the oven that's at 425, and then once it comes up to temperature, we'll put it in. Cool. So our peas are pretty much done, our beans. Go ahead and scoop 1 or 2 of them out, give them a quick test, make sure they taste right. Maybe another minute. Still a little bit crunchy. But the seasoning is perfect. That's good. what we're going to do with the beans is we're going to basically strain them out, put them right into our cream sauce here for the casserole. We're going to mix them in. We'll pour it into the casserole dish, and then we will top it with another little layer of the caramelized onions, the crunchy onions. And again, I'm just kind of letting these go just probably for another 30 to 45 seconds. Just want to make sure that they're soft all the way through. A little bit of a bite's not bad, but perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and just use my spider, kind of drain them off and right into the sauce. Get everything coated. And then into the casserole dish. Green bean down. Oh no. There. Go ahead and give these a nice stir through with our sauce. Good incorporation of the green beans. You can use a whisk, you can use a spoon, whatever makes sense for you. Those are good. Just gonna take some of these stragglers and just layer them on the bottom. They'll get plenty of sauce when they get baked. And I'm just going to pour this out into the casserole dish. Just like so. Don't worry too much if you have like clumps of sauce. See if you can kind of get them layered into the middle. What'll end up happening is as it gets warm in the oven and kind of bakes, it'll all distribute. There we go. And what we'll try and do is get this a nice flat-ish layer of green beans. Move this all over to the sink. Start filling with water so that we can rinse it out. And I am going to test. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's good. Cool. Last step on here. Gonna add a little layer of our crispy fried onions on top here. It says a quarter cup, but you know what? I like my crispy fried onions. Add a little bit more. There we go. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and see if I can fit it into the same oven as the turkey. I'm going to put it on one of the lower racks. That'll work. And then let's see, what's the temperature that we wanted? 350. We're at 375, which is fine. It'll be okay. And we're going to do 30 to 35 minutes. You know what? Let's not put that in the oven yet. We got it ready. We can just let it sit on the side for a little bit. What time is it? 1:11. 10 more minutes, we'll get our turkey breast in there. We'll let that go at about 425, just to get a little bit of color on it first. And we'll be reducing the oven temperature to 350 anyway to have it finish baking. So we'll put our green bean casserole in then. Or we'll put it in the last 30 to 35 minutes of what we expect the turkey to take. That might be what we'll do. Pumpkin pie over here. We'll go ahead and put that into the other oven. 425. Oven door down. And pumpkin pie in. Perfect. Now, pumpkin pie, how long are you going to take? 425 for 15 minutes, and then 350 for an hour. So let's set this to 15 minutes. Well, let's set it to 30, and then when it gets to 15, we'll switch. Whew. Time for more hydration. Thank you, Megan. Yeah, everything is coming together nicely. I'm actually probably going to have a lot of extra time at the end of this stream before the turkey comes out to just kind of chill. I mean, we're kind of coming up to the end. Let's see. We got our turkey. Green bean casserole is ready to go. Mashed potatoes, I guess we could do, and Brussels sprouts. So we can get that stuff prepped now. Before we start diving into that, we got some time. I'm actually going to take a few minutes and just kind of clean things up and get reorganized and reset before we dive into any more cooking. Does it make sense? Why keep pushing yourself and getting everything dirty if you don't need to? All right, so moving this over to the side. And check on my turkey stock. It looks phenomenal. Here, I'm going to switch to the sync cam and give you guys a quick preview of what the turkey stock looks like. Do that. You guys can come over here with me. Take a look at that stock. Look at how rich and golden brown that is. That is going to be an amazing gravy once we're done with that. This is all stuff that we've been making today. So, I mean, it's really, really, like, why would you get the boxed stuff when making this yourself is actually pretty easy, pretty straightforward. And if you've already got all the parts for it anyway, why not do it yourself? It's much richer, it's much more flavorful, not that difficult to do, and it's just going to elevate our gravy to the next level. It's pretty incredible. Go ahead and go there. We'll grab some of our spices, move them off. And what we'll do is we'll start cleaning things up so that we can get our potatoes prepped. There we go. And our Brussels sprouts. Those take a little bit of time to prep as well. But we'll keep our green bean casserole here. Don't need a can opener anymore, I don't believe. I'll set you aside. Spider, we'll just rinse you off real quick and set you aside to dry. Now, I've only burned myself a grand total of 5 times today so far, which is not a bad thing. After a while, you stop feeling where you burn yourself. That's pretty funny. All right, cool. So, go ahead and rinse off our whisk. Set him aside. Got all of our measuring cups and everything in here as well. Get these rinsed. Going crazy. Like I said, busy day. Why add stress? Just make it as easy as you can. And we're actually, again, kind of running ahead of the program, so not really a bad thing to have kind of gotten ahead of yourself. Just gives you a lot of downtime where you can take the 5-10 minutes to kind of clean your dishes, clean your kitchen. You're gonna have to sweep up or vacuum up all that sugar that I dumped all over the place. It's always a fun mistake to make. I can hear my dog in the background complaining because he's been locked in his room all day. But they are done with the garbage pickup across the street, so maybe he won't be as growly this afternoon. So once I get the sugar off the floor, I'll let him back out. He can come hang out with us. Go ahead and clean out our pumpkin pie filling bowl. I'll start doing that balancing dance where you're like, all right, what's gonna topple over first from our drying rack. All right, we'll rinse off our spatula, let that kind of sit over there to dry. Got some cream in this measuring cup. I hope you guys are all having a good time watching. I hope you guys are having a good time this Thanksgiving. I'm curious how many of y'all are actually cooking your own dinner tonight, or if you guys ordered in. You guys, like, I know Whole Foods is doing like a whole Thanksgiving delivery service. So let me know if you guys ordered that. If you guys are following along with me, or if you're doing your own thing. I know some of you guys are watching from different country, UK, Canada. I think Canada, you guys' Thanksgiving was last month, if I remember correctly. And I believe in the UK, you guys just do Christmas lunch or Christmas dinner. How are you guys enjoying the show? Some of our mixing cups here, our measuring cups here, rinsed out as well. And set aside to dry. Last but not least, microplane, the lemon zest. We'll get that all rinsed off. All right, 23 minutes on the pumpkin pie, so we'll be reducing that in about 8 minutes down to 350. Turkey, it's 120. We should probably put our breast in there. I'm gonna crank up the temperature on the oven. Go up to 425. Actually, let's go up to 450. We'll grab our turkey breast. Now, I'm using a meat thermometer. I hope that you guys read the ingredients and decided to grab a meat thermometer for yourselves. It's the best way to make sure that you don't overcook a turkey or a prime rib or any kind of roast. If you are just kind of going by where they say, 15 minutes for every pound, that's not a great way to gauge your roast. Meat thermometer or an instant read thermometer are the ideal way, because in my case, I can just put it into the meat and then just forget it. The thermometer will be displaying the internal temperature of the bird the entire time that it cooks, so I don't have to worry about it. When it gets to the temperature I want it at, it will let me know. It looks like my primary camera just, there we go, reset. Let's do this. So my meat thermometer is just a probe. It goes into the meat, and then it's got this other end that goes into an actual thermometer piece that I've actually got kind of magnetized to the side of my fridge right now. I'm basically going to pick the thickest breast, whichever one looks the biggest, and I'm going to come in from the front and try and get the tip of the probe right to the thickest part of the meat. And when the thickest part of the meat gets to about 155, you can pull it. I know they say 170, or they say 165 because the carryover will take it at 170. But as long as you get meat to, I believe it's 150 for 5 minutes, you've killed all the bacteria. There's no reason to go any further than that. If you wait until it gets to 155, it's probably been at 150 or above for about 5 minutes anyway. So I like to go to about 155, 157, 160 max, and then I'll pull my meat. And so what I'm going to do is kind of take a look at the breast, and I'm going to also visualize which side this is going into the oven, because we're going to have this cord coming out. So this is the side that's going to be towards the front, because my legs are facing this direction. So I'm going to nestle the breast in between the legs. This will be the front, and then the cord will come out of the oven like this over to the monitoring station. So what I'm going to do is find the front of the breast, which is right here. And I'm going to stick this in at an angle, and I want it to go to about there-ish. So right about here is where I want to go. So I am going to stretch the skin so you cause as little damage as possible. And then just move it in at the distance that you think you need to go. There's really no exact science to this. You can get as close as you want. There we go. That should be good. And then what we're going to do, just open the oven, slide out the tray, set this on it, and then run our cord to our probe, which is right here, the measuring station. And that's also why we set that up to 450, because when we have the oven open, it's going to lose a lot of heat. We want it to come back up to temperature quickly. So we want this to be a quick process. So we'll pull our tray out, we'll rotate it this way just so that we can kind of arrange our turkey thighs like so. And we're just going to slot our breast right in the middle there. Grab this on this side. We're just going to pick the whole thing up and move it in one motion right there like that. We'll just use the thighs to kind of hold it in place. Move our probe out, which is what we want. Now we'll just rotate this back. For air circulation. Perfect. Now we'll slide this back in. Close our oven. And we'll plug this into our thing, turn it on. All right. We got this set for 155. The current temperature inside the breast is about 58 degrees, which is fine. We're just going to let this cook until our thermometer goes off, and then the turkey is done. Got a little bit of juice here. We're just going to rinse it off. And then I'm going to put this plate directly into the dishwasher. And now we've probably got about 2 hours until the turkey's done. 2-ish hours, maybe 2.5. But I don't have to worry so much about the timing because my meat probe will tell me when the meat is cooked. All right, our pumpkin pie has been in there for 14 minutes. We'll give it another minute, and then we'll reduce the temperature and let it cook for the rest of its time. About 45 minutes. Turkey stock is still looking delicious. We're going to get started on peeling our potatoes for mashed potatoes. Now, these mashed potatoes are decadent. It's almost kind of It usually shocks people. Let me put it that way. It usually shocks people when they see how much butter and cream goes into a really nice silky mashed potato. However, that's how you do it. You add a lot of butter, you add a lot of cream, and it basically makes them absolutely delicious and to die for. If you don't add enough, they'll usually be gloopy and kind of almost like you're eating glue. Really good tasting glue, but it's just not the same as when you actually put in enough. So man, that Martinelli's is good. Not sponsored by Martinelli's anyway, by the way. I love it. Takes me back to being a 9-year-old. Although I guess that begs the question, did I ever really grow up? All right. I'm gonna go ahead and rinse some of this stuff off. What else do I have here? I've got a paring knife that I can rinse off. And I think that's good as far as getting things cleaned. We'll clean up our sugar from the floor as well. Now the sugar, if you're just joining us, we were blind baking a pumpkin pie crust. And I was using the sugar as a weight. Took out the aluminum foil that had the sugar in it, and was just moving it over to a counter, and it slipped out of my fingers, and luckily clumped in kind of one spot on the floor, but still not fun. Happily, my dog has been kind of put in the back room earlier today for being kind of a little jerk and not stopping barking. Well, let's go ahead and get that cleaned up. So, grab a little vacuum. Actually, I think a broom would be better. I'll vacuum up whatever's left. We've got our green bean casserole also ready to go. Just waiting until we turn down our turkey. We got it in there at 450. We're gonna let it kind of brown a bit, just the turkey skin and everything. And then once that browns, we'll reduce it down to 350. And then we can put our green bean casserole in there. And again, I might wait until just the last 30-ish minutes or so of the turkey before I do that. It's very sad. This is a lot of sugar that hit the floor, but unfortunately, it happens sometimes when you're cooking. All right, now we'll grab the little handheld vacuum and clean up that corner. Here we go. And I'll let the doggo out. Are you gonna stop being a jerk? You gonna stop barking? And let's take a look at our battery levels. Look okay. And I mean, what did I say right at the beginning? I said, hey, mistakes are going to be made. And that was one of them. All right. Now we're getting a really nice pumpkin pie aroma. It smells really good. Definitely smells like Thanksgiving in here. All right. Temperature's going up. Turkey stock still looks amazing. Pumpkin pie looks fantastic. Let's turn our temperature down to 350. And we'll set this to 47 minutes. It's about right in the middle of what they wanted. We'll get our potatoes. So I'll set our green bean casserole. What I'm actually going to do, I'm going to cover this and put it in the fridge. Let's have some aluminum foil right here. Get this covered. Put it in the fridge just for now. And then once we're ready to put it into the oven, we'll take the aluminum off and get it baking. All right, let's see. Move our bottle of wine. There, that should be good to go. Cool. Potatoes over here on the side. And you know what? Go ahead and... I'm actually going to reuse this water. Got a little bit of bean in it, but it's already seasoned. And I don't think the flavor of the beans is really going to affect the potatoes. Let's go ahead and grab about a potato per person, depending on the size of the potatoes you have. We're going to have 7 people, so I'll do about 7 potatoes. Now, if you're using small potatoes like the baby potatoes, you might need to use 3 or 4 per person, but these are some pretty decently sized Yukon Gold potatoes. We're going to go ahead and, before we peel them, do our Brussels sprouts. Now, the potatoes we don't want to actually do until right at the end. With the cream and the butter, you want all of that to be fresh. You want that to come out pretty much at the same time as everything else. So we're actually going to start with our Brussels sprouts and getting those cleaned up. But we got our potatoes ready. So let me go ahead and put these guys to the side. We'll work on our Brussels. And you'll notice I'm not too concerned about the flour on my cutting board. If that bothers you, if you want to clean off your cutting board, you're more than welcome to. Lightly damp cloth will work really well to get that off. I'll go ahead and do that myself. Damp cloth, and we'll just wipe all that flour off. A little bit of extra pie flour over there. There we go. And we're using a new cloth because the other one had chicken on it after I wiped my hands off. So I threw that into the disgusting pile. And we'll get started with our sprouts. So there's a bunch of different ways that you can do Brussels sprouts. I like to do them just kind of half, the way that I've done them on the Cook Along show a couple times before. Today we're going to be adding a couple of little extras, namely some lemon juice, just to kind of brighten it up a little bit. But what we're going to do is we're going to get all of our Brussels out, and then we're going to start cleaning these guys up. So I'm going to grab my paring knife and just a bowl for some of the sides, I guess. And we will switch to this. And the easiest way to clean Brussels sprouts is just to kind of take off the bottom, like so, and just peel off the outermost leaves. And we're just going to get rid of those. We're going to use the bowl as kind of a garbage discard pile, and then we'll just set our Brussels sprouts aside as we go through them. There we go, same thing. This is going to take a little bit of time. But we have quite a bit of time since we got turkey roasting and stock going. It's not like we're in a hurry. Go. There's also a couple of different ways to cook these. You can, we probably will, parboil them real quick, just to you know what? No, we're not. We're just gonna prep them. We'll do the steaming method. Works just as well. There we are. It's all squared away. What are some of your Thanksgiving favorites? Turkey and mashed potatoes are mine. I kind of consider those the mainstay Thanksgiving dinner. Cranberry relish has started to grow on me. Didn't used to like it, but the more I have it, the more I enjoy it. Brussels sprouts are always a good favorite of mine, even not for the holidays. And did you know that apparently the Brussels sprouts that we eat today are not the ones that we used to eat as younger versions of ourselves? They actually bred out some of the bitterness by only crossbreeding the Brussels sprouts that were sweeter. So we actually have a little bit of a different flavor profile. So if you've had Brussels sprouts in the past and didn't like them, it may be worth giving them a try, since they are a different variety now. Kind of interesting. And today is the 37th Cook Along Live. Armin, how you doing? Need me to dump out that discard tray? Cool. Been doing this since the pandemic started. It was a way to kind of virtually hang out with family and friends, since doing it in person wasn't a possibility. And I really miss inviting people over for dinner. I really miss having people over to kind of... Taco Tuesday was my thing, and one of the first cook-alongs that we did was Taco Tuesday. So it was kind of a way to virtually be able to host people. And I'm glad that a lot of people who aren't people that I know necessarily have jumped in and enjoyed. I figured since this year we're probably not going to be seeing family, or some of us might even be cooking Thanksgiving at home for the first time, alone, or even with a smaller group of family, but maybe not the family that usually does the cooking. I wanted to put this together and let you guys come along for the ride. It's been going surprisingly smoothly, so I'm actually kind of worried that I forgot something. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. This is also by far the longest cook-along that I've produced. Right now we've been running for just about 4 hours, 3 hours and 50 minutes. The previous record was, I think, 2.5 hours, and that was the sushi night, since we made all different kinds of sushi. That one took a little bit of time. And the point behind these cook-alongs is so that you guys can quite literally cook along. You know, Food Network and a lot of other YouTube channels put together, not that it's a bad thing, but when they put together cooking stuff, they usually have one ready to go in the oven, and then they put the one that they created, and they're like, all right, we're going to put this in the oven, and 30 minutes later, pull it out, and you'll be presented with this. I wanted to kind of avoid that. I wanted this to be a, hey, let's actually put together a full meal from start to finish and do it in real time so that you can see exactly what's going on. If something goes wrong with me, we can work through it. Hopefully I can catch it before it happens to you. If not, we'll just work through it together and figure out what the solution is going to be. All right, so Brussels sprouts, we've got them kind of cleaned up. We're just going to cut them in half. Just section them right down the middle. I like to put it so that there's a leaf facing up with the stem coming down, and then I'll cut right through the middle of that. Any of the little pieces that kind of flake off, that's fine. You can just pile them up on the side. I like to kind of snack on them as we're going. Almost like little cabbage leaves. There we go. And again, we're not in any kind of a rush today. Waiting on the turkey. Got a pumpkin pie going. Cranberry relish is done. Oh, we've got our mashed potatoes. Green bean casserole is ready to go, but just needs to be cooked. Brussels sprouts and mashed potatoes. And gravy. Thank you. Almost forgot about the gravy. We've got the turkey stock going. And again, you'll notice that we haven't even looked at it since we put it over there to kind of simmer. Like, homemade stock, especially if it's part of a bigger meal, is so easy to do because you literally just get it started, set it, and forget it. And then whenever you need it, it's there. It's ready to go. Just check on it every 20 minutes, half an hour, depending on how long it's been on, and just make sure that it's not getting too low on liquid. But if you have it at a nice gentle simmer, the liquid actually takes a while to cook off, so you got plenty of time. Cool, so we got our little pile of Brussels sprouts. I'm gonna set those kind of here. And I'm a little bit hesitant to get started with our potatoes because once we start peeling the potatoes, they'll start to brown. So I really want things to be a little bit closer to actual serving time before we get started with those. So let's take a look at our turkey real quick. That looks good. Internal is 77 up from 58, which is great. We're at 450. We started at 120. It's been in there for 25 minutes, 145. So I'll wait until 2 o'clock and then I'll turn the temperature down. Perfect. Our pumpkin pie looks delicious. Starting to rise and crack a little bit, but that's fine. We've got that temperature set. It's got another 32 minutes on it. So that's good. Turkey stock, again, looks fantastic. It's got a nice gentle simmer going on. The turkey stock is going to be used in our gravy. Why buy it when it's super easy to make it? A little bit of a mix just to kind of make sure everything is still under the water. We're going to end up with like 6 to 8 cups of turkey stock, which is going to lead to 6 to 8 cups of gravy, which is going to be a lot. Let's see. We've got some of our meat also kind of shredded from our turkey. What we can do is actually kind of come into this and, not shredded, we just kind of pinched it off. So what I might do is just, I know, paper towel, I'm sorry. Pour these guys out onto the towel and just kind of shred them down a little bit while we're waiting. Now you can use a fork, but I'm just going to use my fingers. And this is going to go into the gravy at the end. just to make it chunky. If you have people who like smooth gravy and don't want any chunks, cool. Pour half into one bowl, half into another bowl, and put the turkey bits into the bowl that's going to be the chunky gravy. Pretty simple. Go ahead and just get this all shredded up. You can also put this on a plate, use a couple of forks, and just kind of pull everything apart. Use one fork to kind of hold down the turkey piece or whatever meat you're shredding, and then use the other fork to kind of, section off pieces. I don't want to dirty a plate or a fork. I think this is just going to be as easy, and then I can just wash my hands. We've got our beautiful cranberry relish in there, kind of dotted with pomegranate seeds, which are going to add just a little bit of extra little pearls of deliciousness as you bite into the cranberry relish. They're just going to pop in your mouth. It's pretty cool. And the great thing about pomegranate seeds is they're covered by a membrane. They're kind of like self-contained. They're never going to get mushy. So as the relish is in there kind of marinating and the flavors are kind of coming together and developing, the pomegranates are going to be almost unchanged. So you're always going to have that nice little bit of zest, hopefully with every bite. So let's start thinking ahead. Got everything done. What we have to do are the mashed potatoes and the Brussels sprouts. Mashed potatoes, we're going to be doing a garlicky mashed potato with chives. So the chives we're not going to want to chop until the end, so we'll just leave those. The garlic we can start prepping, and some of the butter and cream. We can get that steeping. So what we can do is get that started while we're waiting on the turkey. For the Brussels sprouts, we've got pancetta, but that's already been cut up. If you're using bacon at home instead of pancetta, if you couldn't find pancetta or didn't know what to look for or just don't want to use pancetta, you can always use bacon. If you're trying to make vegetarian Brussels sprouts, you can just use olive oil. Totally up to you. But we don't have to do anything on our end here for the pancetta because it's already cut for me. Garlic, so we can get a couple of garlic cloves cleaned because we're going to need them both for the Brussels sprouts and for the mashed potatoes. The gravy, been going for probably a little bit over an hour and a half, the turkey stock. So what we can do is we can actually probably strain that and just set it aside and get it ready. So just trying to think ahead and see what we can do so that we're not rushed or pressed for time once it, gets down to assembling everything. And of course, we're just wrapping up the shredding of our turkey. All these bits were from the wings and the backside of the carcass. When we got those browned up for the stock. And that will just go in as part of the gravy. And then making the gravy will start once the turkey comes out. Because we want some of those juices that came off of the actual turkey breast and the legs. And I just realized we forgot to make the herb butter for the turkey. So unfortunately, that did not make the episode. But that's okay. It's still going to be an amazing turkey. So usually what I like to do is I like to make an herb butter. I use sage, I use a little bit of thyme, maybe some rosemary. Have some softened butter, kind of mix it all together. That's your herb butter, pretty simple. I take that herb butter and then on the turkey breast I'll actually kind of squeeze it underneath the skin, in between the skin and the breast meat. And then as it's roasting, it'll actually kind of baste the underside of the meat, or the underside of the skin. Usually ends up with a pretty tasty bird. But even then, like, the flavors are kind of subtle, so by forgetting to do it, it's not a huge deal. I'm not going to worry too much about that. Yeah, the gravy will definitely have a lot of flavor in it. And by pulling the meat out a little bit earlier, it should still be nice and moist and delicious anyway. So, where are we at? Okay, so I'm gonna let that sit for a sec. We're gonna come over here. 152, we got 8 minutes, and then we'll reduce that. What's the temperature at? 95, okay. So the turkey's roasting nicely. Go ahead and just keep shredding our meat. Now the cool thing about the turkey itself, once that breast comes out, I guess we can still make herb butter and baste it after the fact. But the turkey is going to stay at temperature for quite a long time. It's a big hunk of meat, and it's going to retain its temperature for a bit. So once the turkey comes out, if we start our mashed potatoes and our Brussels sprouts and everything, we'll have plenty of time to finish those up before the turkey cools down to the point where it won't be appetizing anymore. So that being said, my goal is to start the rest of this, the Brussels sprouts and the mashed potatoes, maybe about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so before the turkey is ready to come out. And then that way they're finishing up just as the turkey is finishing resting. And then we can carve into the turkey and enjoy. And of course, while you're shredding all of this up, you happen to, if some of these pieces happen to fall into your mouth while you're shredding them, not a big deal. Hey, Mongoose, how's it going, man? Yep, turkey's in the oven right now. Looks great. It's up at, I think, 92, I said? Oh, 98. Just about 99, so it's cooking nicely. We'll be pulling that out probably in another hour-ish, would be my guess. We're waiting for it to, waiting for the turkey crown to kind of caramelize and get nice and golden brown before we reduce the temperature in there. Right now we're taking some of the turkey that we pulled off of the carcass and just shredding it down. This also lets you kind of be selective about what you're going to be putting into your gravy as far as the shredded bits go. Got your nice meat, and then sometimes you're going to find some really, really tough, like tendon bits. You can just toss those. That way nobody gets chewy gravy. They just get yummy bits of meat in their gravy. You also don't need to shred them. If you want to just use a knife and dice it down, that's 100% an option that you can explore. I like the irregularity that shredding gives. You get some big pieces, some small pieces. They're not all square. A lot of them are, longer pieces. Makes the gravy almost a little bit more organic, almost like you cooked a larger meal down, and now you're just getting all the drippings. Whereas if you have, nicely cut cubed pieces of turkey, I don't know, I kind of feel like it loses a little bit of that rustic feel. think we are going to make the herb butter. I'm going to try maybe right at the end we'll cook it down and do a little bit of basting just for some extra flavor. But, whoa, we'll see. I got a pretty good mix of light meat and dark meat here for the gravy bits. Microphone batteries getting a little low. Might unplug these, switch over to I've got a condenser mic here on the counter. Let's see how that works while I recharge these guys. Again, I've never done a 4-hour plus cook along, so I'm kind of surprised that they're lasting this long. No, they're still good though. I mean, they're still green. Otherwise, I'd go yellow or red. If the sound cuts out, let me know in the chat. But it should be good. And like I said, if you're cooking along at home, now is a great time to kind of take a break, grab a bite to eat. I'm just kind of eating as we're going, grabbing bits of this and bites of that, and just barreling forward. I believe our pumpkin pie on the last bit of its cook time. Yep, it's about 19 minutes left of 45, so that's not bad. And 2 o'clock, so turn our turkey down. Go ahead and down to 350. Cool. And then that should be good for the turkey. Once our thermometer goes off, we'll know that that is done. We can pull it and let it rest. Now, I've heard a couple of things about resting. Let it rest as long as you cooked it. I think that's a bit extreme. I usually like to let it rest for about 20 minutes to 40 minutes, depending on how much stuff I have left to do. Turkey will still be nice and warm when you cut into it, but it won't be liquid magma hot. And all of the protein will have relaxed in that time. I'm sure there's a scientific way to test all of that out. I just go by feel. Right. And we got our Brussels sprouts good. We'll start and parboil our mashed potatoes. Let's get this up. Start getting the water up to the boil. We'll get those potatoes peeled and put them right into the water. Now the potatoes will also hold their temperature for quite a long time. They're a nice hearty root vegetable. They don't cool down very quickly. So we can let those guys cook, and then it's going to take about 20 minutes to get those guys cooked through. We're at about 115 out of 155. So should be getting pretty close to hitting them both at the same time. Got some good shredded meat going on here. for our gravy. And there we go. This last little bit, I think I'm just going to eat myself because I'm hungry. Just like a pretty good turkey. All right. Take our shredded meat, we'll put it on the side. Start peeling our potatoes. Letting our water come up to the boil. If you get any brown spots on your potatoes, like this, you can actually just use a little bit on your potato peeler and just kind of scoop them out. Most potato peelers come with that. If not, you can just use the peeler part of it. A couple more swipes over that one spot should get rid of that brown spot. There we go. Got a couple of these bits. Set him on the side. Now again, the reason we didn't peel these guys earlier, as soon as you peel them, they're going to start kind of oxidizing and getting brown. So by the time we finish peeling these, 6 or 7 potatoes, it's not going to be a problem. But if we had finished peeling them and then let them sit while we were doing that turkey shredding, they definitely would have oxidized and kind of gone a brown color. Not super awesome when you're trying to get nice silky mashed potatoes. So wait until peeling your potatoes until the last possible moment. They don't have to be perfect. If you have a little bit of skin on there, it's not going to hurt anything. If you want your skins on your mashed potatoes, by all means, leave them on. Totally up to you. For Thanksgiving, I'm used to having super smooth, creamy and buttery mashed potatoes, so that's what I am making. There we go. Pop that out. So as another aside, this Sunday we are not having a cook-along. Since today is our long-form special, I am going to actually take the weekend off. We did our awesome vegetarian chili last Sunday. It was, the one that I made was delicious. I had a couple people pop in earlier and say that they were happy with what they made as well, so glad you guys were enjoying that. What would you guys like to see on December, I think it's December 8th, whatever that Sunday is. Not next Sunday, but I guess it can't be the 8th. The 30th is Monday, I believe. So if the 30th is Monday, it's probably the 6th. So what would you guys like to see on December 6th? Anything special? Any kind of December-y dishes that strike your fancy? Shooting for something that's no longer than an hour to an hour and a half. I've taken a look at a couple of different stew recipes and they all just take too long, unfortunately. I suppose I could do like a pressure cooker stew, but I want to try and be as inclusive as possible, and I know that not everybody has a pressure cooker. It's also why I was kind of shooting for trying to use one oven today, but unfortunately, it didn't quite work out the way that I wanted it to, so we're just using 2. That being said, you can always do the pumpkin pie after, or like you can have the pumpkin pie cooking while you're eating dinner. So you could turn this into a 1 oven meal. Have the pumpkin pie ready to go. And then just bake it while dinner's going on. Get rid of that. All right, there we go. The water is boiling. So what I'm gonna wanna do, let's go grab a nice knife. What do we got? We got 10 minutes on our pie. Let's go ahead and we're just gonna cut these in half. And then just into smaller kind of chunks, like so. We'll just put them all in as we cut them. I'm gonna let these guys cook for about 15 to 20 minutes until they're soft. Don't want to overcook them. They'll get chalky if you do. So every so often we're just going to come over and see if our paring knife will go through them smoothly without any resistance. And we're just kind of cutting these down to all be about the same size. That way they cook approximately at the same rate. There we go. Beautiful. Last one. Get him nice and cut down. And we'll do him into 1/6. Get those all in. Now this water is already salted. We used it to cook our green bean casserole. We just kind of blanched our green beans before putting them into the casserole dish, which is just to kind of get them started. This is going to come back up to the boil. It's already seasoned. None of that flavor should leach into the potatoes because they're a little bit more hearty than that, but if it does, it's not going to be a problem. A little bit of green bean flavor in the potatoes, not a big deal. Go ahead and rinse this off real quick. And while we're over here, just make sure that everything looks good on this end. And it does. 7 minutes left on our pie. Smells so good. Nice and cinnamony and just oof, yum. All right, I guess we can rinse off our knives as well. Once again. Keeping the kitchen clean as we go. I'm gonna kind of dry these guys off. Get them set right there. Wipe down the cutting board. Dry it off a bit. And what can we do? Got our turkey over here. Ooh, that looks delicious. All right, we got our stock. We can probably strain our stock out at this point. I think it's been going for about 2 hours. The veggies are nice and soft. The stock is very rich and brown. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is this bowl that we just rinsed, I'm going to set it into my sink. I'm also going to grab colander here. And we're going to grab some pot holders. Actually, let's start this way. Get some of this out of the way. Colander there, and we'll grab a soup ladle. We'll just start getting some of the fluid out of the pot here. Now what I'm going to do is just kind of roll the ladle along the top. And if there's any like obvious deposits of fat, I'm just going to kind of skim them off. You don't want so much fat in your broth. We are going to want a little bit to start our gravy off, but we want to control that amount. Anything extra, put it into our measuring cup. And then really, we're just going to start kind of ladling our broth through the sieve, just to catch any little particulates, basically bits of carrot or celery or any of that stuff. Also, if you have pieces of skin floating around, you don't have to worry so much about pouring them into your bowl because the colander will pick it all up. And once we get a lot of the moisture out, a lot of the liquid out, we can then strain it over the sink. That way you're not splashing stuff all over the place. The stock is amazing looking. Nice deep brown color. Going to lead us to a phenomenal gravy. All right. Start piling up some of the bones and things over on the other side. Now, with some of the turkey that we used in this stock, there was still some meat attached to those bones. I'm going to recommend you don't use that meat in your actual stock or in the gravy. It gave up all of its flavor to the broth. So you're basically putting flavorless pieces of meat into your gravy if that's what you're doing. That's why we took some of our meat off of the bones before we put them into this pot. That way we get some nice meat that still has flavor, still tastes like turkey, still has some of its goodness, and isn't just filler, essentially. Go ahead and do this. We can get a lot of our broth actually out of the pot without straining. We're going to turn our burner off. Here we go. Our stock over here. I'm going to give you guys a tilted view so you can see how awesome this stock looks. And there's all the bay leaves and like celery and carrots and stuff. And then there is the rich rich, dark brown stock. Look how delicious that looks. I'm gonna kind of let this drain. So my colander is kind of cool because it actually reaches the span of my sink. So the rest of my stock from the pot, I'm just going to kind of pour into the colander and just let it drain that way. Stock pot's still pretty warm. Go ahead and pour. And you'll probably get turkey bits that come out, and you'll probably get some of the veggies and things that are gonna come out of your pan as you're pouring. It's fine. That's why we have the colander there. And it looks amazing. All right. So what we're going to do with the colander now is just kind of shake it. Any of the accumulated juices will just kind of drain. Some people like to kind of push all of their meat into the colander or the strainer to kind of get as much juice squeezed out as possible. I don't like doing that. All right, we're good with our pumpkin pie as well. So we're just going to go ahead and pull that bad boy out. And that looks amazing. Pumpkin pie, anybody? As this cools, it's going to deflate a little bit and kind of flatten back out, but we're halfway there, living on a prayer. We're going to go put this over on the counter and let it cool. We want this to cool for about, I would say, up to 2 hours. We got our potatoes boiling as well, so what we're going to do is take these guys, turn them down to a simmer. You don't want the water to be boiling too heavy because it'll actually start breaking the potatoes apart as they cook. Hey man, thanks. Thank you very much, cook. Swashbuckling cook. Good to see you, man. Apple pie? I've actually never made apple pie. For me, it's always been pumpkin. I've eaten some pretty good pumpkin pie, or apple pie, but pumpkin pie screams the holidays to me. So there's our pumpkin pie. We're also going to be making some homemade whipped cream for this. Some really, really fresh, yummy whipped cream. You'll notice that my pie crust kind of shrunk a little bit when we blind baked it. It happens. I'm not worried about it. We'll cut into it. We'll see how it turned out. I'm sure it'll be delicious. Keep an eye on those mashed potatoes. And our turkey looks phenomenal. What else do we want? We got our Brussels sprouts going, mashed potatoes. We're going to be doing our green bean casserole in the oven where the turkey is. And our gravy we don't need a oven for, so I think we're good. Cool. Switch back over here. And all of this accumulated turkey goober, like once it's kind of given up the majority of its fluid, we're just going to set that right back over the stock pot. Let it sit, cool down basically, and anything that comes out, we're just going to toss. But our turkey stock, I mean, come on, look at that. That's amazing. Put that over here as well and switch. Look at this stock. It's almost the same color brown as the pie. That is phenomenal. This is going to be so good. You're going to notice that on top you're going to have a film of this kind of fat, which is fine. We're going to strain that off. Now you can use a small little spoon, or if you happen to have one of these super fine mesh strainers like this, these work really well to skim off any kind of accumulated fat. The liquid will actually strain through, but the fat or the scum will not. And then you can just set this into a little glass on the side or whatever. In my case, I didn't grab a glass first, so we're just going to walk it over to the sink. and then just rinse it and leave it available so that as that fat continues to kind of solidify on the top, we can scoop it off. Cool. We got a beautiful pumpkin pie. We got a beautiful stock. Got our potatoes simmering away. Perfect. It's still super hot, so let's grab these guys and we'll just move this to the side. The stock. I mean, look at that. We're gonna give that a little bit of a taste. And we can adjust for seasoning now. We're not reducing it anymore. Kind of move some of that oil aside, and it's actually pretty well seasoned. That's good. We'll leave that. We'll add seasoning if we need to the actual gravy when we get that far. But this is awesome. Set that aside as well. And let's see. Over here, I'm gonna reorganize ourselves just a bit. That over there. Move our paper towel dispenser. Refill our apple cider hydration. There we go. And if you guys don't mind, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a bathroom break. I will be right back. And we're back. I'm actually pretty surprised that my microphones are still working. It still shows that it's got plenty of power, at least it seems like it does. All right. Ceramic pie holder, porcelain, but yes, it is a porcelain pie pie tin. I guess that doesn't make any sense. Porcelain pie dish, yes. All right, potatoes are going. Turkey looks great. We're at 152. That actually cooked a lot quicker than I thought, which leads me to believe that I might have put my probe in the wrong spot. So we're gonna let that cook for just a little bit longer than what it says. But it does look good. Always the quandary. Did you do a good job, or is it just wrong and you don't know? Next up, we're going to be wanting to do our Brussels sprouts. So let's go ahead. Not big enough. We'll use our large large cast iron. Set it up there. You guys can't really see that. Let's see this. Let's put that there. Potatoes there. We'll get that back one on. I think I'm pulling too much power from my battery backup. It's complaining at me. All right, we'll just move this over to the other gas burner. Get our turkey out of the way, turkey stock out of the way. I'll just get these guys on a nice low simmer over here and let them continue cooking. So with that being the case, let's wait a second on you. Let's get our cream set up for our potatoes first. A little bit of moisture on here. Get that off. Put you there. And we'll get you on medium low. And what we want to do, we're going to take quite a bit of butter and quite a bit of cream. All right, turkey says it's at 155. Let it go to 160. And then we'll pull it. I'm going to put in about 4 ounces of butter. I know this seems like a lot of butter, just trust me. We want this on low. We just want the butter to melt. We don't want to brown it. And we're going to put in about 2 cups of cream. Now we may not use all of this butter and cream, but we do want it to be available. There we go. Now into the butter and cream, we're going to be adding a couple of cloves of crushed garlic. And I don't mean like through a garlic crusher, I just mean hand crush it and throw them in there. The oil from the garlic, the fat content of the butter and the cream will absorb the flavor of the garlic. So you get a really nice, subtle garlic cream, which when you mix it in with the potatoes will be divine. So go ahead and grab your garlic. Whoa! Don't cut yourself while you drop your knife. Doo-doo-doo. Keep going. Just let the butter and the cream kind of melt together. And while that's happening, we're just going to be peeling our garlic. Now you're going to want to crush this down anyway, so crushing it to peel the skin is great. We don't really want to cut it, just want to kind of mash it. Tends to release a little bit more of the aroma and the oil and all of the yummy goodness. We'll just make sure it's nice and crushed. Or so cloves of garlic, depending on how strong you want the garlic flavor in your mashed potatoes. We'll just kind of go for a medium, moderate kind of flavor. We'll just let that kind of cook down a bit. Now, the only purpose of this is to get the flavor of the garlic into the cream and the butter. The secondary purpose of this is to keep this warm so that when we mix it in with the mashed potatoes, which are going to be pretty warm when they come off of the boiling water, you don't cool it down. You want to keep everything kind of at a nice, even temperature, and that's kind of what we're accomplishing here. We don't want this to necessarily boil. If you can get it to a simmer and just keep it at a very low simmer, awesome. If you can't, if it's like boiling over or whatever, don't worry about it. Just keep it hot. The flavor of the garlic will still infuse into the cream. Mashed potatoes are still simmering away over here. And our turkey is at 160. Now, I mean, you guys can't see it from camera at the moment, but let me switch. Oh, you guys can't even really see it from there. The camera's covering it, but it looks really well browned. I'm gonna say it's probably pretty close to being done. So the rest of this butter, we're gonna go ahead and just put it back into the fridge. Are we? Yes. We've got our oven at 350, so when we pull the turkey out, we're going to put our green bean casserole back in. Green bean casserole is right here. And we've got it nicely covered. So what we're going to do, take our cover off. This is going to go into the oven, 350, for about 35 minutes. And this is just going to become a delicious casserole. Already tastes good and it's cold. All right, 160. So I'm going to call that. Here's the turkey reveal. Just set this off to the side for now. And move these guys out of the way. I'm going to go ahead and pull the probe out of the actual thermometer piece there. What we'll do is we'll switch this over. Slide our turkey out. And I would say that looks pretty good. I'm no expert. I'm no classically trained chef, but turkey is a nice golden brown. The skin looks great. Everything looks clear as far as the juices go. So I think we are good. Quick way to check. Flip our drumstick over. That looks clear. Let's see if we can kind of roll this over. Grab one. Looks pretty well cooked. Cool. I'm just going to leave that all on the tray. I am going to pull the thermometer. And then what I'm going to do is cover this in foil. This over towards the sink. And we'll grab a large industrial strength foil. Go ahead and get these guys a little bit closer. We'll just do that. Oh, you guys see it from the top? There we go. Now look at that bad boy. Skin is nice and crispy. And it looks to should be pretty well cooked. So, get some aluminum foil on it. Get our garlic cream cooking a little bit more. Now I want to move the turkey to a plate. And I want to keep the actual pan separate. Here's what I'm going to try, because I want to get all the juices off the bottom of the pan here for our gravy. Turkey is pretty warm. Go ahead and grab our thighs and drumstick. Set them over here. Grab our breast. Lift it from the bottom. Move it over here. And all of this gorgeous fond is going to go into our gravy. So let's go ahead and now take this bit. We're going to set it over to the side. Cover it with our aluminum foil. Now, again, the turkey is going to take a while to come down from temperature. So it's not imperative that you move super quick, but don't dawdle. Regardless. I know some people just leave it out uncovered to rest, and you know that's a fine strategy, I guess. But I still like just kind of covering it. Just to kind of help it keep some of the heat a little bit longer. There we go. Now we need just a little bit more for the front of the turkey. And of course our cream boiled over, which is great. So we'll just turn that down. Always when you're not looking. Not going to worry too much about that. I think it's going to be fine. Other than being a mess. Our cooktop, wipe off the outside real quick. Be careful because your pot is probably pretty warm. There we go. We'll just keep an eye on that. One more towel down. All right, so that's starting to form a little skin again. This is just simmering under the surface, which is perfect. We're gonna go ahead and give it a quick stir. Our potatoes are looking good. Let's get our green bean casserole into our 350 oven. Middle rack, just leave it there. Hey Siri, set a timer for 35 minutes. 5 minutes. All right. Nice light simmer here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take this and just kind of set it aside. We can reheat it very similarly to how we reheated the tray that we used for some of the early bones, and then get some of that fond off the bottom to go into the gravy, and then just add that much more flavor to the gravy. Here we go with our cream mixture. So our paring knife, we'll check our potatoes real quick. Knife is going through them pretty easily. I think they're ready to mash. Now, you again have a couple of options. If you happen to have a potato ricer, you are more than welcome to use a potato ricer. It's basically like a lemon juicer that you just run your potatoes through, and it turns them into mush, basically. If you have a potato masher, if you like a thicker or a chunkier mashed potato, you can absolutely use this. And that's just going to be a matter of just mashing them until they're at the consistency you want. I actually do happen to have a potato ricer, and that's what I'm going to be using for my mashed potatoes. But again, you don't have to. If you don't have one, a masher works fine. They should be cooked down to the point that a fork should work fine. So you have a bunch of different options. Go ahead and do this. We are going to strain these. Into, man, if you guys watch Uncle Roger and you know how he hates colanders, I've got like 6 of them. He would not be happy with me. Switch over to the sink. And here's what we're going to do. Got our potatoes. We're going to drain them through a colander. And we're going to put them right back into the pot. And what that's going to do is kind of help them steam and dry, which is exactly what you want. Be kind of gentle. I know this is a rectangular colander, which is kind of an odd shape, but it's large and it works for bigger amounts of food. Cool. So we're good on that. Switch back over here. Now, as far as ricing goes, we're going to use an intermediate little holder. And actually, we're just going to reuse our colander since it's already dirty. These potatoes are pretty much dry. We're going to go ahead and set them over there. We're just going to rice them right back into the same container. So grab a couple of potatoes. If you have a little spoon, you can use that. That way you don't burn yourself. And just fill up your ricer. Or if you're using a masher, just start mashing them into your bowl or your pot. The ricer, we're just going to do this. And it's basically going to create a little bit of a potato puree, if you will, in there. Very similar to a garlic press or a lemon press if you have one of these types of lemon presses. And again, the potatoes are going to hold their temperature for quite a long time. So we don't have to worry so much about these being super fresh. But you do want to get them pressed or mashed and then add your cream very quickly, because otherwise the potatoes will kind of go too dry and they'll become almost like glue instead of being nice and light and creamy. So rice everything as quickly as you can, and then we're just going to start adding our cream directly to it. And we've only cooked our cream for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We've got our cream, we've got our butter in there already as well. And the garlic we're going to want to strain out. You don't want to mash the garlic in once again. It's already given its flavor up to the cream. You're just kind of introducing kind of a weird texture to your potatoes. Probably not what you're looking to do. Go ahead and get this all squared away. There we go. Last bit of the potato. And rice it in there, and then just kind of scrape it off the bottom with your spoon. We're going to take this and we're going to actually leave it in the sink. I'm going to rinse off my hands because I got some potato on them. And I'm going to grab my whisk. And I know you're saying, why are you grabbing your whisk? Trust me, you want to whisk the potatoes together with the cream. We're going to go ahead and just kind of mix this up a bit. Get our colander out of the way. Now, if you still have your spider, which I don't because I put it over here, we're going to grab this bad boy. We're just going to go through and grab as much of the garlic as we can. That's already given up its goodness through the cream. We just want to get it out. And now we're just going to pour this directly into our potatoes. I would say start with half of it. Then you can actually turn off your burner and just give this a nice little mix. You'll notice that it's going to come together very quickly into mashed potatoes. Now, if you're stirring it and it's getting too dry, add more cream and butter. The cream and butter is how you adjust the consistency of the potatoes. And the whisk just makes sure that you're getting even distribution of the cream and butter through your potatoes. There we go, nice light fluffy garlic mashed potatoes. We ended up using all of the cream and all of the butter, which is fine. And there we go. Lovely. Very, very delicious garlic aroma here. Give that a nice little stir through. Mashed potatoes are done. Nice, light, fluffy. Use a little bit of seasoning. I want another towel. We will grab another towel, dry off our hands. There's a couple of things that we want to add to this. They look delicious. They taste delicious. You need a little bit of seasoning. We're going to add just a bit of salt. Don't overdo it because, of course, you're going to have gravy. The gravy is going to be pretty well seasoned as well. But we are going to mix in some salt. And then last, but certainly not least, we're going to garnish with some freshly chopped chives. Yes, Felicia, Uncle Roger is hilarious. One of my favorite food YouTubers to follow. So we're just going to go ahead and cut up a pretty good portion of chives. I like the mild oniony flavor that chives put into a dish, so I'm going to go a little bit heavier than I expect on the chives. Especially since this is 7 potatoes, I usually only do like 1 or 2. I'm doing, mashed potatoes for myself. I'm going to kind of like quadruple up my chive amount. And then put this up there. And we'll just chop through our chives real quick. There we are. Scoop these up, add them in. So now we've got a nice little subtly garlicky, oniony, yummy-y mashed potatoes. Chives and garlic and salt and potato and There we go. Perfect. Now, I'm just going to cover these. Try and retain some heat. Set them aside. And we will come back to that. And now I've got a whisk that is full of mashed potatoes. So it's like when you're making a cake and you're eating all the batter. 100%. You're the cook. Go for it. All right. Let's see. What's next? Brussels sprouts, gravy, and I think we're done. Break down turkey, start stock, pie crust, cranberry relish, pie, turkey. Green bean casserole is in the oven. Mashed potatoes we just finished. Gravy is ready to be made. Brussels sprouts we can do now. And then we're ready to eat. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. We'll get some water in it. We'll slide this over and get this heating. I'm going to put this on medium. I don't want this too hot. We're going to get some oil in there. We're going to get some garlic and shallots in there. But I don't want it to burn the garlic or the shallots. We're going to get it just kind of like a medium heat. We're going to start slowly. So, garlic is over there. Shallots, garlic, shallots are over there. Brussels sprouts we already took care of. Let's go ahead and prep our shallots. Last thing we're going to do is make our gravy. Actually, you know what? I lied. We're not going to make our gravy last. We're going to do that next. Let's switch back over here to the sink cam. Let's move our potatoes out of the way and get our gravy started. The gravy is also going to hold its temperature, and even if it cools down a bit, it's really easy to reheat it. So let's start with that. Now we've got all of this delicious fond from our turkey. If there are any large bits on the tray that we bake them over, we're going to go ahead and kind of separate them and get them down onto the roasting tray. Then we can set our roasting tray aside. We are going to, very similarly to what we did with our previous one, put this over a low heat, medium to medium low heat, and start warming up the pan. Now, instead of using water this time, since we have a delicious turkey stock, we're actually going to use our turkey stock to deglaze the bottom of the pan. So we're adding more flavor to the flavor that we've already developed in our stock. And this is a larger pan. Cool down a bit, you have. So this is cooled down. Actually going to move this out of the way and use the entire width of this. I'm going to turn on both burners and just get heat coming from both ends. Now careful, because your tray is going to warm up quite a bit. So as it warms up, you're probably going to have to switch to a towel or something. Got my wooden spoon over here. I'm going to start seeing what I can scrape up, if anything. And we're going to move all of that kind of in towards the center here. Now I don't know if you guys can see it, but we got some bubbling over here, which is great. We got some stuff over here in the corner. Now again, you don't want to burn this, so you want this to be on like a low heat. Low to medium low. And I can already feel this corner that I'm holding onto get hot. So I'm going to be switching over to my towel here to hold it for in just a second. Now, we've already created our turkey stock. So honestly, this is just kind of an extra. You really don't need to do this. If this scares you, or if it's too much work for you, or whatever, you don't have to come over here and get all these brown bits off the bottom of your roasting tray. It will add extra flavor, and it will make your gravy quite a bit richer. But again, you've already got a ton of turkey stock that we created just now, so that's also got a ton of flavor in it, and is going to be an amazing gravy. go ahead and do this. Most of this got scraped off with no problem. But what I'm going to do now is come over and grab my turkey stock. Put it back over here. Grab our ladle. We're just going to ladle a couple of scoops of turkey stock onto our tray. And what that's going to do is release anything from the hot pan as it warms up. There you go. Got a couple of floaters from the pot, so I'm just going to strain those guys out. Goodbye. We're just going to set this aside for now. Leave our ladle in there. And then we're just going to take our turkey stock here and basically just scoop up all of the brown bits and make sure that it all gets incorporated and absorbed. Just move it from side to side. Scrapey, scrapey. I've got a round-nosed wooden spoon. If you have a flat-edged wooden spoon, that'll work a lot better, but this is what I got, so this is what I'm using. There we go. We just want to get as much of this fond off of the bottom of the pan and incorporate it into this stock. Yum. That's pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and turn all of that off. Now, I am going to grab my colander, which disappeared from me. Oh, it's in there. That's not what I want. I want to come in and I guess I'm going to grab another one. Oh, let's do this. We'll invert this guy. Get all the turkey bits out. We'll put him back in the bowl. And we're going to strain out all the solids from our pan now. Yeah, we'll just pick it up. And all this delicious turkey juice, just pour it right into our turkey stock. If any of the solids come out, it's fine because they will get strained. But you want all of that fond out of the pan. You got most of it off. There might be a little bit of the scummy stuff, which is fine. You don't want it. But all of that nice golden brown, all those golden brown bits from the bottom of that pan are now part of our stock. There you go. Just set this there for now. We'll have to come over and do some cleaning. We're going to take our stock back over here. All right, we're back. Just set our potatoes over there. And we'll get to our gravy. Where did my butter pan go? Pay no attention to the noises coming from the kitchen. All right, so I'm over here at the sink. We're rinsing off our cream pot that we were using to boil the garlic and the cream and everything together. We're going to use this to put together our gravy. We just want to get some of that cream off the side. And out of the inside. And there we go. Cool. We're back. Move this off of there for now. Dry it off. Now, gravy is actually pretty simple to make. We've already done all the hard work. We have our stock. We have our brown bits off the bottom of the pan. Really all we need to do now is make a roux, which is just flour and butter. And add our turkey stock until it gets to the consistency that we want it to be. So we're going to be doing about a quarter stick of butter, catching the Taco Bell sauce packet that came flying out at me. About a quarter stick of butter. And we're going to put in about a quarter cup of flour. And honestly, I'm just going to eyeball it. I don't think you have to be super precise with this. Basically, what you're trying to do is I'm going to go to medium, low heat on this. You're just trying to kind of create a paste with the flour and the butter. Probably about a half a cup of flour. That's fine. Now, grab a spatula. Ideally, you should use a whisk, but since this is a non-stick pot, I'm not going to use a whisk. And we're just going to mix this together until it becomes a paste. The butter will melt, the flour will kind of roast and toast, and you'll end up with a nice, thick, floury butter paste. We're going to let that cook off for just a bit. Probably add a little bit more flour to this. Not that one. No, this one. There we go. I'm actually going to turn it up to medium. This is a bit too liquidy here for me, so I'm actually going to add a little bit more flour. There we go. Then we'll go ahead and get this mixed in. And someone knocked on the door, and I don't know who, so I'm going to go check on that. Hi!
Hey!
Go around the outside.
What?
Go around the outside. I'm still doing my cook-along thing. Just go say hi to them, and then they'll let you in.
Okay.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah.
All right, we got PJ and Allison, my stepbrother and his fiance. They're here. Have them go say hi to Dad and Cindy over in the next door domicile. And then we'll be done here in just a second. We'll have everybody get to know each other. They brought their puppy, and I'm sure my puppy is going to go nuts, well, he already is, when he meets him. So here we go. We got our roux all ready to go. We're just going to let this toast for about a minute. And then we're going to start adding our turkey stock. Set that there. Get this here ready to go. Dog! Stop it! Stop. 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 Shush. Shh. No. All right. I know you're excited. We're almost at the end. Cool. So we're going to take our turkey stock. We're going to just kind of mix it through like so. Don't make me put you back in the bedroom again. We just want to add a little bit for now. And then we're going to give this a nice little stir. Turn this down to medium-low again. And just stir real quick. You're hydrating all the flour, you're hydrating the butter, and this is still going to thicken up, so you're going to be adding more and more stock as you go. Now the reason that we're adding it in small amounts is if you add the whole thing, you're going to end up with a bunch of lumps. That's That's not what you want. You want to mix this through slowly, bit by bit, until it smoothly incorporates. You can absolutely take this and strain it afterwards. But why go through the effort? We've already done enough straining today. Ooh, broccoli casserole sounds good. Hey Siri, how much time is left on the timer? All right, so we're at about 8 minutes on our green bean casserole, which is great. You'll notice that this is coming together nice and smoothly. As we start adding more and more liquid, it's just going to get more and more liquidy. We're going to end up with a ton of gravy and probably still a ton of stock left over at the end. There we go. And again, if you're using a whisk, this goes a little bit quicker. But since I don't have a clean stainless steel saucepan, I'm going to do it the old-fashioned, difficult way with a spatula. There we go. And now this is being more liquidy than it is pasty, so we can just go ahead and add as much stock as we need to. There we go. And that is a beautiful gravy. Now you can absolutely let this kind of reduce down if you want it a little bit thicker. The flour is already going to kind of thicken things up with the butter. Let's go ahead and just let it simmer for a bit. So we've got, what is this? Probably 6 cups, 7 cups, 8 cups of gravy. And what we're going to do is put this over on the gas burner, let it simmer down. Before we do that, I'm going to add a large sprig of rosemary just to give it that hint that we want. And here's the rosemary. Grab a rather large sprig of rosemary, put that right in, kind of stir it in. What that's going to do is it's going to steep as this kind of simmers over there on the gas burner. And then we'll take care of the last step today, which is going to be our Brussels sprouts. And we can carve into our turkey and eat. Set that over here. We'll turn it on. Put it on a medium heat. Get that back up to a simmer. Let's see, we'll wash this off. There we go. Put this on medium heat. We don't want it to be too warm. We'll move our leftover turkey stock, which we can use for anything else, by the way. You can make turkey soup. You can make all kinds of stuff with what's left over. And we got quite a bit left over, so I don't think we're going to be wanting for turkey stock for a little bit. We've got our delicious gravy here. Cool. So let's go ahead and chop up our shallot. Hey Siri, how much time is left on the timer? 4 minutes left. Let's take a real quick look at our green bean casserole. Ooh, that looks good. I'm gonna let it go for the last 4 minutes. Now, as we know, if we're gonna be cutting down a shallot, the simplest way is to cut it in half and peel the skin off. And for peeling the skin off, just find like the lowest, or I should say the highest layer of ring. And that should be a fairly soft, skinny layer. We'll go ahead and peel that off. Same thing with the bottom. Find the highest layer. Should be a relatively soft piece that's just starting to turn leathery. Peel those off. We'll do that with our second shallot as well. There we go. I'm going to turn this down to about 250 if you're using an induction, or medium-low is kind of what you want. What we don't want is to burn the garlic or the shallots. And what we're going to do is put the shallots in first, let them soften a bit, put the garlic in, and then add our Brussels sprouts. If you guys have been watching the cook-alongs for a while, you may have seen me make Brussels sprouts like this a couple times before. I think it's a fantastic way to prepare them. They stay nice and kind of al dente, they don't get mushy. And then for this, I'm just going to cut about 90% of the way down the shallot, and then just give it a quick dice, like so. And we'll just do that for all of them. Ooh, spicy shallot. Yeek! That's causing some tears. All right, last bit. Then we can get it into the pan. And stop crying, man. I'm really just crying because today's cook-along went by really well. I'm actually surprised that I didn't have any major showstoppers. Usually that's the case. With something long like this, first time you try it, of course, everything always tends to go wrong. Nothing much really went wrong. Go ahead and get a nice glug of oil in there. Enough to cover the bottom of the pan. Then we're going to go ahead and get our shallots in there. You should hear a sizzle when they go in, which we're getting. And we're going to add a little bit of seasoning to this. Then we're going to chop up a couple of cloves of garlic. And then our Brussels sprouts are ready to go. We're just going to start putting them in there once the garlic has about a minute in there. Let's see if we can grab a large clove. There we go. I'll use you. And you're rotten. So, go ahead and get those dispersed along the bottom. Give these guys a nice little love tap. Take off the skins. And then we're just going to, again, cut them lengthwise and then dice them. And then this one's a little bit thicker, so we're going to cut it in half first. But then, same thing, lengthwise, cuts, and then we'll dice it down. Perfect. And all of this will go right into our pan. Hey Siri, stop the timer. Now that we got the garlic in, the last thing that we want to put in there, because I totally forgot, is our pancetta. Should have started with the pancetta, but that's okay. We're going to course correct on the fly. Set this up to, let's say, medium high. We're just going to go ahead and get our pancetta in. Pancetta is cold, so it should keep the pan at a relatively cool temperature while it's rendering out. And I want a clean spatula. Kind of mix this around. And what I'm going to be doing, since we're adding this a little bit late into the game, is I'm going to be keeping an eye on the garlic and the shallots and just making sure that I'm not burning them. Once they start burning, it means the pancetta has warmed through and it's no longer cooling the pan down. And we're going to turn the heat down just a bit. Or, I guess we can just start adding our Brussels sprouts. That'll work too. What time is it? 3:18? All right, so we're doing pretty good. I wanted to be done by 4. And I think we will be done by 4. And then the last thing that we're going to be, oh my god, this smells good. The last thing that we're going to be doing is our homemade whipped cream. If I were you, I would watch what I do and then do it just before you serve. We're ahead of the game enough that if we make our whipped cream now, there's a high likelihood that it's going to turn back into cream by the time you're ready to serve your pie. But I will demonstrate for you. And then it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And then we're not going to forget to take our green bean casserole out of the oven. I know our timer just went off. So let's grab him. Ooh, yeah. That looks delicious. Get our oven off. Green bean casserole, anybody? Mm-hmm. Bubbling along the sides, all the cream has kind of come together, and the green beans are just starting to wilt. We're going to set this over on the side as well. Now while we're over here, I'm going to go ahead and give my gravy a quick stir. Looks awesome. Got that rosemary kind of infusing into it. And just simmering gently. Cool, cool. Garlic is starting to brown. Pancetta is starting to kind of render out, which is great. What we're going to do is pile this all up in the middle of the pan. Like so. And then we're going to just start laying our Brussels sprouts around the outside. Now, if you've seen me do this on the channel before, you know we're just going to go in a clockwise rotation with the Brussels sprouts so that we know which one the first one is that we put in. And then we can check to see if they're all done just by checking that one first. In the time it takes us to go around the pan with our Brussels sprouts, if the first one is done, we can start flipping the rest of them. And then they should all be done to about the same degree. And then it's just a matter of covering them for a couple of minutes, adding a little bit of water to the pan, covering them so that they steam, and you've got perfectly cooked Brussels sprouts. There we go. Now the caveat with this is we still have a bunch of Brussels sprouts over here that we want to try and fit into the pan. So we're actually going to kind of toss our pancetta here in the middle and try and pile it back into itself. And then what we're going to do is just kind of squeeze our remaining sprouts in where we can. You want to make sure you get your flat sides of the Brussels sprouts down against the pan so that they caramelize. You get a really nice golden color on them. Otherwise, they'll cook for sure, but they just won't have that same yum factor, if that makes sense. There we go. Still a little short on Brussels sprout space. I'll go ahead and get this scraped a little bit. Just go ahead and roll it over the rest of our sprouts. And then we'll continue. Adding these bad boys here. And it looks like we're just going to have to kind of sprinkle the rest of these guys in wherever we can fit them. So let's grab this top one here and see how it looks. Getting there, but not quite. So we're going to give these just a little bit more time. I'm actually going to come into this inner ring and check. Yeah, those are nice and brown. So the induction stove actually has a ring right in the inside, so these inner ones are going to cook a little bit faster. If you're on gas, you'll probably get a slightly more even cook on your sprouts, which is fine. All right. So, what we want to do with these Brussels sprouts is we want to grab about a quarter cup of water. Maybe not even that. Maybe like a third cup of water, quarter cup, eighth of a cup, whatever this ends up being. Pour it right into the hot pan and then cover it. What that's going to do is it's going to actually steam the sprouts in the pan, and they'll be cooked all the way through. We're going to give those about 2 to 3 minutes. And then while we're waiting on that, I'm going to rinse off my whisk. And let's make some whipped cream. Whipped cream, pretty easy to make. Takes a little bit of elbow grease, but it's not that bad. It does make a difference the amount of cream that you add to your bowl. And ideally, you want your bowl to be super cold, but we don't always have that luxury. So I've got a little bit of extra cream from previous cooking. I'm going to add that into the bowl. And we're going to add just a little bit of this other cream here. I would say I probably have a half a cup of cream in here. And then all I'm going to do is do this. If you have a stand mixer, or if you have a hand mixer or anything like that, you absolutely can use those. If you're doing it by hand, like me, you can just go back and forth like this. This actually aerates the cream just enough, I mean, plenty to actually start whipping. And you'll notice that the cream is already starting to thicken up. We're going to put that aside for a sec. Check our sprouts. They look wonderful. Get our lid off to the side. Give these guys a nice little toss. Oops, sprout down. Nicely cooked Brussels sprouts. Oop, 2 sprouts down. Turn these down to medium. Give it a nice little shake. Add a little bit of seasoning. Now the last little bit that we're going to do on the Brussels sprouts is add a squeeze of lemon. But we don't need to do that right this second. We'll continue with our whipped cream. Now all you have to do is go back and forth. Quite honestly. And you'll thicken up your cream really, really quickly. And I find that the best way is to hold it like like this, like you're going to be pointing at something, it's just easier to go back and forth than it is to hold it like this. This is a lot slower and just not quite as fun. If you just grab it like this, hold it like you're pointing at something, and just start whisking, your cream is going to come together very quickly. You'll notice it's already starting to thicken up quite a bit. And just a combination of back and forth, and then round and round, and your cream will start to thicken nicely. It does actually get a little bit more difficult to whisk as the cream thickens up because you're thickening cream. I mean, it's becoming more viscous. Less viscous? What is it, Armin? Viscous is more viscous. It's getting thicker. You try remembering scientific terms after you've been cooking for, what, 5.5 hours. All right. Cream is starting to come together. You'll notice that I can actually wipe it off the bottom of the bowl, and it'll stay. Gonna keep going, keep going, keep going. And we're at like super soft peaks here. So this is whipped cream, not quite as stiff as we want it. We want it to be nice and stiff peaks. So we're still kind of at soft peaks. But we are getting there. There we go. Now, it's not quite where we want it yet, almost. We want to stop just before we get to the final destination. And we're going to add confectioner's sugar, or powdered sugar, to our cream. Now, how much depends on how sweet you like your cream. I like to just kind of dust it all over the top, and then just whisk it in. Now what I'll do is I'll give it a taste. It's actually pretty good. Maybe just a tad bit more. I'd say, all told, that was probably maybe 1/4 to 1/3 of a cup of sugar. Maybe not even, since it was spread. But there we go. Whipped cream. You go on top of your pumpkin pie. Handmade. Perfect. All right, shall we carve a turkey? Our gravy is boiling a little too heavy. Down a bit. I'm just going to keep eating whipped cream. Three-meal appetizer. That's all done. Everything else is done. Turkey. Got our pie, got our cranberry relish, got our green bean casserole, got our mashed potatoes. Gravy's done, Brussels sprouts are ready. I think we're done. Full Thanksgiving dinner. Go ahead and carve our turkey. Turkey is still warm. I'm gonna go ahead and put it over here. We'll uncover it. And look at that beauty. I'm going to set him over there for now. I'm going to make sure I got everything off of the cutting board before we get started. Cream off of the garlic. And then we're actually going to use a boning knife which I believe is over there, and a carving knife. So I've got a nice long carving knife. If you have a nice long carving knife, recommend. I like these way better than the electrical ones. The electrical ones tend to just kind of tear everything apart. We want nice, gentle carvings. There we go. Go ahead and put our turkey crown down. You're going to find the breastbone, which is usually this little indented section here in the middle of the turkey. I don't, but that's an excellent idea, Felicia. Actually, I will do that. I'll add vanilla as soon as I'm done with the turkey here. But here we are. I'm actually going to turn this off now because our Brussels sprouts are good and I don't want them to dry out. And I'm just going to come to one side of the breastplate. So here we got the breast. Let's see if I can go to this. What does this look like? That works. You guys want to see it from that angle? That might actually be a little bit of a better angle. Slide this over here. Get our breast set up there. Like that. So we'll find our breastplate, which is usually right here in the middle of the bird. And we're just going to cut with our boning knife right along the breastbone and come down all the way down to the cutting board and cut through. And the turkey does look cooked, so I think we're good. Our thermometer did not lie to us. Always a good thing. And then from here, we're going to cut down. You're actually going to hit the wishbone. So if you hit the wishbone, you're just going to follow it down to the side here. And you may hit a couple of other like shoulder bones and things like that, but that's fine. We're going to come back down over on this side and just kind of pull back and separate from the turkey frame. And just kind of cut all the way down and then all the way along the bones. And what you're going to have is a beautifully moist turkey breast. There we go. And then from this side, we can just kind of cut and separate right from the turkey frame. Perfect. Now, if we didn't already have enough freaking turkey stock, guess what you can do with the turkey frame? Make even more turkey stock. Go ahead and do that. Perfect. There we go. Beautiful turkey breast. Look at how moist that is. And that's from pulling it out at 160 instead of 170. Just set that aside for now. Now, I'm going to come in and just kind of trim off some of these edge pieces. And it looks like we're good. So we'll roll it out this way. And we got a beautiful turkey breast, all the way cooked. We got a beautiful set of turkey thighs, red meat and everything. Now, for the turkey breast, we're just going to slice right down with our knife. And you can make this as thin or as thick as you would like. It's your turkey. You do what you want with it. Looks like I got a little bit of a bone in there. I'm going to pop that out and then just continue. Now, if this isn't a perfect Thanksgiving turkey, I don't know what is. Look at that. Nice and moist. Just coming right off. Perfectly cooked through. You can plate this however you'd like. Perhaps with some mashed potatoes and some Brussels sprouts. All right, there we go. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to go ahead and grab a plate, put together a real quick plate, and then I'm going to bid you adieu and enjoy my Thanksgiving meal. So here we go. Got our plate. Dry off some of this. Let's start with a little bit of mashed potato. What do I want? A spoon. Potato lid off. Set it over there. A little bit of mashed potato. Put it right in the middle of the plate. Look at that. Nice and fluffy mashed potato. Perfect. Get covered. Go ahead and do that. And I like to put a little bit of a divot here for the gravy. If that's not something you do, don't do it. But for me, making the gravy kind of flow out is a nostalgic memory. Perfect. And of course, any of the extra mashed potato So it seems like my mic died there at the end. Hello everybody, thank you for letting me know. I wasn't looking at the chat, but I was just saying that I'm thankful for all of you. I hope you guys all enjoyed the show. I hope you have family to hang out with. And if not, I hope that I was able to provide a little bit of entertainment and make you feel almost like you were at home with somebody cooking in the kitchen. So if you guys have put any of this together, or if you're planning on it, by all means, take pictures, put them on my Facebook page, fb.me/Syrix, P-S-Y-R-I-X-X. You can see it on the ending screen here. And send me some pictures. If you like this kind of content, go follow me on YouTube. Same thing, youtube.com/Syrix. And I'm just thankful for all of you guys. I'm thankful for my family and hopefully my health. And I will see you guys in the next Cook Along Live in 2 weeks. Not this weekend, not this Sunday. I will be probably asleep all day after today. But love you guys. Have a great one. Happy Thanksgiving. Good night.